What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Sorry we're running a little bit late today, but I had to squeeze in some NFL rivals before we went live. There was just a few things, few games, few matches and energy that I needed to spend, so had to squeeze it in. We will probably do a little bit of that later on today, but we've got quite a bit to get through on Sorare, I think, because it's the new format. We checked it out yesterday. And it's cool. I think it looks really cool. It's also one of those changes, though, that it's going to take a little bit of a while to really wrap your head around because we're so used to lineup building in the old layout with the old format. So it's not only just like a new competition structure, but it's also a new competition layout, new competition navigation. So there's like two key kind of points to get your head around. And we were doing it a little bit yesterday on yesterday's stream. And it's cool. There's definitely a lot of improvements that could be made. So hopefully we get those soon. But what we're going to do for the majority of today is we're just going to be exploring the new format more on Sorare and discussing it. And then I'll also be trying to line up build as well for it. Because it was one of those situations yesterday where it was so confusing to work out where to put my players. And it's not confusing because of the game. It's just confusing because I have to alter my mindset as to where these players go now. So that's what we're going to be doing. I can see that we've had a throw your hat in the ring already from Estonian Weirdo. So we're going to do that to begin with. And then we're going to also show you the rewards that I got yesterday on Sorare and how I'm doing on Pooky as well. So let's try and dive into it. Let me say hello to everyone. Ivan. Wow. That's a name we haven't seen in the chat for a while. By the way, FTS, I bought a Pooky ball some time ago. And 1 week ago or so, I won a non-boosted leaderboard. Congrats, man. Yeah, that's a good feeling when that happens. So you won the base leaderboard, basically. I love the way you said non-boosted leaderboard. You won the base leaderboard. But that's still great. That's incredible. Because if anything, that's actually, even though it doesn't give you more money, it's actually probably more of an achievement because the base leaderboard is the one where you have to be super accurate. You're not relying then on all the boosts from your Pokeball. So that's incredible, man. That's really good. Mark Gork says that he was third in the qualifiers yesterday. Wow. What a result that is. I was hoping for something similar. So I really wanted to try and get a podium because I felt that this was one of the best opportunities to get a podium with only 3 games to predict. If you could get them pretty correct, then you will easily get a podium. And I was hoping that I could do it, but unfortunately not. I did get a very good position, so I will show you guys that in a minute. Hello to Twitch Gaming. Says I'm only playing Rivals on Sorare until the new season. I have no players for the new structure and not worth it buying players now for a few weeks left when new season cards are coming in a few months. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, are you really going to be playing Rivals though? I feel like you're not going to be playing Rivals though. You've already got a better Rivals game, and we know that Rivals on Sorare, well, it's up to debate, isn't it? Whether you really like it or whether you don't. But I can't really see Twitch Gaming enjoying playing Sorare Rivals at the moment when he is so into this other Rivals game that we've discovered, which is amazing. And I got another new NFT player last night, guys. So I'm going to be showing you how my team is shaping up later on today. Twitch Gaming says, when Rivals. Yeah, we will definitely do it. Does anybody know if Bonwell will start again? So that's a question from Malv. I'd expect him to. He is the number 1. So yeah, I'd expect him to. Hello to Tim. Tim Tweep. I don't think I pronounced your name correctly there. It looks like a Dutch name. Yeah, if it's not, then I'm sorry, but it looked like a Dutch name there. So Tim Tweep, I think. Tell me if I got that wrong or right. If I got it right, then I'm very impressed. But hello to you, tuning in on YouTube as well. So that's great to see, man. Thank you for jumping in. We've also got Arthur in here as well. This afternoon, I need an MLS defender called Mickey Yamain. Go get him. He's actually brilliant, Mickey. He's really good. Hey, FTS, got a £2.99 offer on NFL Rivals and got a Jabril Peppers NFT worth $30. Oh, my word. Wow, you've hit the jackpot there. We had, of course, Jabril Peppers as the base card, and he was already very good as the base card. So I can't imagine how good his NFT card is. Like, what's the power on the NFT card you've got there? And that £2.99 offer, I had an offer for £2.59. Well, I saw an offer, a deal in the store for £2.59. It sounds similar to the one that you've done. And when I bought the £2.59 pack, I think that's where I got my Isaiah Simmons in. I think I got him in that. And then I think in the £1.59... No, hold on. No, the £2.99 pack, I got the Isaiah Simmons. So I paid £2.99, and then I paid, I think it was £1.59 for another pack. And then that gave me... Actually, the cheaper pack gave me the Turner, the DJ... Is it DJ Turner? I think it's DJ Turner 2 who we've got, isn't it? The really good epic. I'm so happy to hear, man. I'm really happy to hear, though, that you came out a big winner on that one. I got 5 POC in the Euros. Arthur smashing it. And I am now on Twitch, says Tim. So thank you for jumping in. You pronounce it a bit wrong, but I am from the Netherlands, like you said. Yeah. Thank you, though, for letting me know. I gave it a go, right? At least I gave it a go. Thank you for jumping in on Twitch. It's a bit more lively on Twitch because we do multi-stream. I think a lot of people don't realise that I stream simultaneously to YouTube. Obviously, that we mainly stream on Twitch, right? That's where we've been streaming for a while. But, yeah, our numbers on YouTube are still a little bit low. So, yeah, if you ever feel lonely on YouTube, feel free to jump over onto Twitch because there's a lot more of the guys over here on Twitch. Up to 2 NFTs and 2 blueprints on Rivals, says Hatter. So much better than Sorare. It is so much better than Sorare. Sorare could really... I hope that the Sorare team are playing that game, or at least they've got a couple of people, employees in the company that are focused on looking at what are happening in other games and how they can try and just take some of those features and adapt them in their game. Because I'm pretty sure if the guys from Sorare looked at what NFL Rivals are doing, I'm pretty sure they would look at their own game and they would say, we're miles off. We're miles off here from having the type of hugely addictive, hugely fun, very successful game that could onboard millions and really take the platform to the next level in terms of a fun, casual, mobile-first game mode. It's miles off. So I hope that they are playing it, or that at least they've checked it out, because when you compare the two, they're very different games, of course, but there's so many elements in NFL Rivals that should already be in Sorare Rivals today, and it's unfortunate that it's not, but hopefully in the future, and I hope in the very, very near future, because I do worry about Sorare Rivals, the longer it remains stale, I do worry about its chances for success when it's not in a good place and it doesn't really feel like there's an urgency to get it up to scratch as well. Do I play other NFL games as well? I don't. I've never really played NFL, but NFL Rivals has actually started to get me a little bit more interested in NFL. I feel like after playing NFL Rivals, I probably could play like a Madden or something, and I might enjoy that too. But I just love how addictive NFL Rivals is. Okay, let's do the throw your hat in the ring. So if you are unfamiliar with this competition that we run every week, everybody can take part in it. Okay, everybody can take part in it. The way that you take part in it is you have to earn on Twitch here. You have to earn by jumping in my Twitch streams something called Free Tip Scout Fund Coupons, which is basically channel points, okay? That's what Twitch call them, channel points, but we're going to call them, we've renamed them. Channel points is a little bit boring, right? So we decided to spice it up and call them Free Tip Scout Fund Coupons, or you can just refer to them as fun coupons, right? And you earn them when you're on the live streams here on Twitch, and then you earn them with other things as well. So when you sub to the channel, when you follow the channel, if you gift out subs to other people, just different interactions on the channel will give you more Free Tip Scout Fund coupons, okay? You earn more. And when you get to 8,500, which kind of sounds like a lot, but you can get to that level really quickly just from regularly jumping on the streams, right? When you get to 8,500, what you can then do is you can then redeem them on the channel, and in return, you're going to get a benefit or a reward, okay? And there's loads of different Free Tip Scout Fund coupons that we run on the channel. There's actually a total of 10 that I've put together, and I think they're all different. They're all quite fun. So there should be something there for everybody. And the new one that we've added onto the channel is one called Throw Your Hat in the Ring. And Throw Your Hat in the Ring is a brand new coupon which allows you to predict any USA League game for me on Pooky. And if you get it 100% correct, you are going to win a limited card, and you can choose what limited card you want to win. So it's really cool. We're going to see how the community does for me, and hopefully if the community does really well for my predictions, then the community is going to benefit too. So thank you also to Hatter for the sub and the 6 months there. Free Tip Scout, did someone claim a show me the money last week? What did they buy? Nobody claimed it. Nobody claimed it. I can open it up now, actually. We'll open it up. So if anybody has, it's 75,000. Honestly, sometimes I forget the prices that I've set for these coupons, but it's 75,000 for Show Me the Money. So if anybody has saved up 75,000, they are going to be able right now to claim, to redeem the coupon. And then the Show Me the Money is where I buy them live on the stream. No strings attached. It's not a joke. It's not a scam. It's legit. It's genuine. And everybody can take part in this if you have saved up 75,000. And again, you can get to that amount by just regularly jumping on the streams, right? It's a way for me to give something back to you, to say thank you for the continued support and your continued time jumping in the streams and helping the channel keep going and to keep getting to new levels, right? When you have 75,000, you can say, Free Tip Scout, I'm cashing in the Show Me the Money. I want you to show me the money, right? And then I will buy you a card live on the stream of your choice, worth up to £10, and I will send it to you live on the stream. So let's do it now. I'm going to open Show Me the Money. In fact, you know what? We will do it in a second. Throw Your Hat in the Ring needs to be done now, okay? Throw Your Hat in the Ring needs to be done now. So, Estonian Weirdo has said he wants to do Philadelphia Union versus Minnesota, and he wants to do 2-2. You can't do that, my man. The reason you can't do that, let me just bring it up. The reason you can't do that is we've already had that. Okay, so you can see here, these are the community predictions so far this week. Philadelphia versus Minnesota has already been tagged. It's actually Audris Vinagris who's already got in there and made the prediction for that. So you can choose a different one. We'll go back and we'll go into Pooky. You can choose any other one that hasn't been done. You can choose any other one that hasn't been done. So you can choose Colorado, DC United, Cincinnati, Toronto. You can choose any of the games on Sunday. But we need a different game from Estonian Weirdo, a different prediction. Because the one that he wants to do, Philadelphia, has already been claimed. And as I mentioned, this is a first come, first serve basis, okay? So if you really want to predict a game to have a chance of winning a limited card, then you have to try and redeem it as soon as you can. Because if you don't, somebody else might beat you to it. They might redeem the coupon before you, and then they actually might pick that game that was the one that you really wanted to predict. Estonian Weirdo, where you at, man? Here he is here. So he wants to do DC versus Montreal, and he wants to do 2-2. Okay, 2-2. Thank you, Estonian Weirdo. So we're going to throw that in here. We're going to do 2-2, because that's what Estonian Weirdo wants to do. And we're going to use this ball. We're trying to get this ball now up to level 60. When we do, we're then going to be able to do an ascension on Pooky, which then means we can create a $400 ball, which is going to be amazing. So let's put that in. Okay. And we're going to go back. We're going to update the tracker here. And we're going to put DC United versus, actually forgotten who it was, DC United versus Montreal. Okay. And then we're going to do 2-2. And it's going to be Estonian Weirdo. I always love that name. Estonian Weirdo. So thank you for the prediction, Estonian. And good luck to you, man. You are now on the list, which means that if that game ends up being 2-2 this weekend, you are going to win a limited Sorare card, which you can choose from my gallery, which is going to be really cool. And I really hope that we do actually get an exact score here, because we've done this for the last 2 game weeks now, and we've not had a single exact score. So at the moment, we've still yet to give away a limited card. It's not without trying. We've just not been accurate enough in the community. So fingers crossed that one of you guys here, and hopefully the other guys as well, when they do their predictions, fingers crossed that at least one of you can get it right, if not all of you. Do we have another one? I'm seeing some predictions in the chat. We do. Okay, cool. So, Tistil and also Manjit. Okay, so Tistil wants to do 3-0 Atlanta versus Chicago. Okay. So, let's dive it back here. All right, so Tistil has redeemed a throw your hat in the ring as well. Guys, if you want to take part in this and if you don't know how to do it, there is a little potato icon, a potato man with sunglasses on. Don't ask me why. But he's a little icon. If you click on him in the chat, it will bring up the channel point rewards, right? The free Tip Scout Fund coupon rewards. And then it tells you, if you click on them, what each of them give you on the stream. And if you claim the throw your hat in the ring, then you're going to be able to go on the list here. You're going to make a prediction for me this weekend. And if that prediction is 100% correct, you're going to win a limited card. So it's a great way if you're struggling to win limited cards in Sorare, or maybe you're just winning, but you just want to have another extra chance of winning cards each week. It's a great way to do it. So yeah, feel free to redeem it. So Tistil wants to do 3-0 Atlanta versus Chicago. Okay. That's a bold one. It's the last one as well. Interesting. Okay, so 3-0 Tistel wants to do. And we're going to lock that in. And I can see that Manjit wants to do 1-1 for Charlotte versus Cincinnati. Okay, cool. Booty Scout might be good to add a command with a quick explanation how to redeem the points. Yeah, I might have to do it. Yeah, we have, I think we get a couple of newbies in here who don't know how to do it as well. Good idea. I'll try and put something together on that tonight. It won't take too long. So thanks for that suggestion, Twitch Gaming. So let's put 3-0 in here. Okay, Atlanta 3, Chicago 0. That's a bold one. I love it. Let's go back here and let's update the list. So we're going to do Atlanta versus Chicago. Okay, and we're going to do 3-0. And that is going to be Tistil. All right, so Tistil, if it is 3-0 to Atlanta, you are going to win a limited card. So good luck to you, man. And thank you so much for the prediction. You've now got another reason to follow that game this weekend. We've also got Manjit says he wants to do Charlotte versus Cincinnati. Let's just put that in right now. And then we can throw it in to the predictor on Pooky. Okay, so Charlotte 1-1, and that's going to be Manjit. Manjit 1, so thank you, Manjit. You're on the list as well now, so you've got a chance to win a limited card, and I really hope that we can give you a limited card, man. So I hope that this is actually 1-1. Let's go and update it on Pooky. Okay, so Charlotte versus Cincinnati 1-1, and we're going to... Technically, we should use the other ball for this one. I think we might. We've got this ball here for 1-1. It's actually better, isn't it? Let's use that one. Okay, so that's in as well. All right, do we have any more? Are there more throw your hats in the rings? There is. The Pamino. The Pamino is throwing his hat in the ring here. And he says that he wants to do a prediction of 2-0 to Houston at home against San Jose. I like that one. I think that's actually a score that could happen. So we're going to do Houston 2-0. We're going to, again, I think if we can use this one. Yeah, we probably need to use, hold on. Yeah, this ball's not really ideal for it, is it? But again, I kind of need to use it because I need to try and get as much XP as possible on it. Let's use it. So we're going to put 2-0 for Houston versus Earthquakes, and that is going to be Thepamino's prediction. So 2-0. Okay, the predictions are coming thick and fast now. I love it, guys. Absolutely love it. Let's go back and update that prediction. Okay, so we're doing Houston versus San Jose Earthquakes. Oh, hello. And we're going to go for 2-0. And that's going to be Thepamino. So Thepamino, good luck to you, man, this weekend. I hope it is 2-0 now. I really do, for the sake of my Pooky game week. But also, I want to give away some limited cards to you guys as well. So, at the moment, we have a total of 8 predictions. We have 8 predictions there. We go back. You can see that we have a further 6 predictions or 6 games left for you guys to predict, okay? Once they're all done, that's it. There's no other way to win a limited card in this manner. You then have to wait until next week for the new game week to open on Pooky if you then want to have a chance of winning limited cards here from my gallery based on just predicting a game for me. Do we have any more? Oh, we got Audris. To be fair, Audris, you've already done one. So Audris, the maximum is 1. Oh, this one is for Porto. He said he will win. Okay. Fair enough. We haven't, yeah, he's got 8,200. Okay, cool. I'm happy to allow it. It's probably something that I don't want to do too often, but I think it's quite cool that Audrey Fanagris has redeemed a coupon so that Paul2 can do it. So, very kind from the community there. And he wants to do, Real Salt Lake. So Real Salt Lake 2 and then St. Louis, or Lewis here. It's Lois, isn't it? Where are we? Where's that one? Here we go. So you want to do 2-0. Okay. So 2-0. We're going to throw that one in. Predict that there. And then what we're going to do, we're going to come back onto the tracker. We're going to update it. Just type RSL in. We know who that is, right? RSL versus St. Louis. St. Louis there. And then it's actually going to be Porto. Oh, hello. Not there. 2-0. And then Porto. All right. You're on the list, my man. So Porto, if it ends up being 2-0, then you are going to win a limited card. So great gesture there from Audrey Fanagris. Really cool. Colin says, I mean, I don't have points, but I would have said a 2-1 to Toronto. You're going to have to try and get those points up, man. Once you get to 8,500, you can then give me that prediction for Toronto. We haven't had it yet. So we're up to 9. And there are 5 more games left to be predicted, guys. 5 more. So the games left are Colorado versus LAFC, Toronto versus Sporting, Nashville versus Columbus, Austin versus Dallas, and then Whitecaps versus Portland. Those are the only games left. If there's only one game left, then of course you're not going to get a choice. So if you want to choose which one of these 5 you would prefer to predict on, to give yourself the best chance of winning the limited card, then make sure you redeem the coupon as soon as you can. Free tip scout would be nice if there was a coupon you could redeem, and if you win, you get more coupons. If you lose instead of a card. Yeah, that sounds okay, actually, to be fair, but there isn't a way for me to do it in Twitch. Twitch doesn't allow you to gamble coupons to win more coupons. It's probably down to gambling restrictions. You can play with them and you can get stuff for them, but you can't gamble them to win more coupons. Well, you can kind of in a prediction, but you can't do it. I can't create a coupon basically that does that. Yeah. When we've done predictions in the past, because there's a feature on Twitch which allows you to do a prediction, and then you set like a time limit on it. And so when we used to play Football Manager, I used to say on the streams, right, before we go into this game, let's do a prediction. What do you reckon the score is going to be? Is my team going to win? Are they going to be over or under 2.5 goals? And then basically you could wager some of your coupons, so they all go into like one big pot, and then whoever won would then get a share of the winnings, basically, of the pot. But on coupons, you're not allowed to do it. Yeah. It works in predictions, but it just doesn't work on actual coupons. And I think it's okay that it doesn't work on coupons because, it would be, it could be abused quite hard, couldn't it? All right. So any more? Do we have any more at the moment? If not, that's okay. We can always come back to it. But yeah, as I say, all of these predictions that can be made in the USA League for my game week on Pooky, I don't do them. They're all being done by you guys in the community. So if you want to have a go at trying to win a limited card this week by just predicting a game for me, and remember, you don't even need to be playing Pooky yourself. Of course, it's great if you are too, because it's a fantastic game, but you don't need to be having a Pooky account. You don't need to be playing Pooky in order to make a prediction for me. All you need to do is just make sure you're on the live streams, earn the 8,500 coupons, right? from being on the live streams as much as you can. And then once you've earned 8,500, just redeem it. All right, redeem it on the stream. The coupon itself, the throw your hat in the ring, is going to be open until the end of the week. So it's always open, and I'll close it once we've then got no more games to predict, okay? But as long as there are games to predict from you guys in the community, then it will remain open. And as I say, you've got a chance here to win a really cool limited card. Nobody's picked the Colorado LAFC, which is the second game, right, to kick off. And remember, this is what I mentioned every time we talk about this, right? You get to choose what limited card you want, right? And you get a preference. You can get further up in the queue to choose if you have a prediction which has come off first. That sounded really confusing. So let me just rewind. Let me explain it. If you have chosen the first game and the first game is an exact score, then you are going to get the first choice on what limited card you want from the pile. Okay, because we have like a big selection of limited cards that you guys can choose from. So whoever gets the first exact score gets the first choice. Then whoever gets the second exact score in the game week gets the second choice, right? So by picking, for example, the second game or the first game, if you are correct, then you are going to go front of the queue to then choose the limited card that you want. And that's kind of important because in the pile of cards that we're giving away, there's varying quality on the cards. So there's some which are amazing. There's some which are okay. So there's a little bit of strategy in picking the earlier games, but also you don't just want to pick the earlier games just because, that might put you at the front of the queue if it's a game that you actually don't feel confident in getting an exact score. So that's basically what I wanted to say. For a beginner gallery, would you favor having a Verbruggen or having two keepers instead? Atabulo and Jorgensen. I can have one very good champion lineup or two lesser champion lineups. I would actually go for the Atabulo and Jorgensen over Verbruggen. Verbruggen is a better player. I also don't like the fact that Verbruggen and Steele tend to rotate a lot. I don't really like that. So you want to try and target a goalkeeper that's less likely to be benched every now and then. So yeah, and also having two, of course, gives you the ability to enter more lineups as well. So that's what I would do, Thompson, personally. Okay. Whilst we're on Pooky at the moment, I might as well show you too how the game week is panning out so far, because we've had a pretty good start in the game week on Pooky. So the Euro 24 qualifiers were done. They happened yesterday, and there were only 3 games to predict. So it was a really cheap round, basically. You did not need to spend a lot of energy in order to fully predict this one, which is amazing. So technically, everybody should have really done that. If you didn't, then you massively missed out. And this is how I done. So we predicted 2-1 for Greece against Georgia. It was 0-0. So we get no points at all there because none of our prediction was correct in any way. We absolutely nailed this one. Look at this one here. We went for 2-1 victory for Ukraine against Iceland, and it was exactly 2-1. Brilliant. Absolutely perfect. So we got 245.2 points there, which really boosted us up the rankings. And then for the Wales versus Poland game, we went for a draw, but we went for a 1-1 draw, and it was a 0-0 draw. So we were a little bit unlucky there. We correctly guessed that it would be under 2.5. We correctly guessed that no team would get the edge there. We just couldn't get the exact score. But because we correctly guessed that it was going to be an under 2.5 draw, and we also had on the ball that we used to predict on this one, We also had a whale sticker on here. That's given us a huge 253 points. So look, we got more points here than we did for the exact score, which is amazing. So combined, we ended up finishing 17th with 498.2 points, which I'm very happy with, given that we only got one exact score and we also had a game where we got no points whatsoever. This is a pretty good finish for very little effort. Only 3 games. It was only 30 energy. And at the moment, we are projected to win 7.08 Matic and 366 POC. Now, the POC will remain the same, but the Matic will change. It will actually come down a bit more, a lot more probably, because there are more games to still play. Let's go back. There are more games to still play, and there are also loads of leagues that haven't kicked off yet, and people haven't finished predicting in them. And so, depending on the total prestige values that these leagues have, when this game week finally ends, we'll then decide how much of the share of the weekly prize pool we get. But at the moment, we're getting 7. I think if we could end the game week and still get around 5 Matic, then I think that would be pretty good. But again, we have to keep it in perspective. We've only predicted 3 games here. So even if we got like 3 Matic, right, then it's basically 1 Matic per game. And that's absolutely amazing. But of course, we want to try and win as much as we can. And so, yeah, our other leagues that we are predicting in is the German League. And then, of course, you guys are predicting the USA League as well. My German League, we might as well check it here. I've gone for 3-2. So we haven't done this in a while. But I just figured that let's give it another go. Because when this comes off, it's very, very strong. So it will really place you high up in the rankings when you get 1 or even 2 exact scores of a 3-2. And the reason being is that the points that you get for a 3-2 are so high. The lowest amount of points we can get from the game week here, from one game, is actually the Bayern Munich Dortmund game, and it's 509. That's the lowest amount of points we can get from one single game. That's a lot. Because ordinarily, on pooky, you can get into the top 50% when you get around 1,000 points. So if we got 509, basically half from one game, that would be amazing. So what we're going to quickly do here, as we always do, and as you guys should always do, is we're going to quickly check to see if any of the odds have changed at all. And if they have changed enough that the points we can now get are 5 points or more than the points that we got from originally predicting, then we're going to update the prediction. Does someone know a good limited around €5 for a challenger in-season team? I was thinking of Bazoa. That sounds like a find a player, Tim. Feel free to redeem the find a player coupon later on in the stream, and I'll help you find a really good player, someone that you don't even need to spend €5 for. Free Tip Scout, I have 10 Matic. I need 5 more to ascend. Can I send money from my bank into pooky? You can't. No. You can't at the moment. You can't deposit directly from your bank into pooky. You need to deposit into a wallet first, a crypto wallet or an exchange, and then from that exchange, then send it to your wallet. So you need to deposit basically into crypto and then transfer that money, that crypto, into your wallet, and then connect your wallet into pooky. As predictions are for the MLS and people can win cards, I send you an MLS card. You can include in the cards you give away. Oh, how kind, man. That's great. Honestly, Twitch Gaming, you legend. Very kind. guys, if you've ever got any cards that you don't need or you don't want, or you're just sick of seeing in your gallery, you can always send them to me, and I'll always send them back out to you guys in the community, right? We'll throw them into giveaways so that you guys can win them. I don't need them, and I don't need limited cards, actually. You guys will know that I'm not really playing limited that much anymore, and even in the new format, I'm still not that interested in it, but I'm always happy to take limited cards and then just share the love, right? Pay the love forward. So Tavon Gray, wow, that's quite a good card actually from Twitch Gaming. So big shout out to Twitch Gaming. There's the little heart for you, man. We're going to accept it, and then we're going to throw him into the list of cards which you guys can pick from. So he'll be one that you can pick from this weekend. Hello, good afternoon, FTS and chat. Hello to Tiago. And then I'll save my coupons to 5,000. Love it. You'll earn them really quickly, Tim. If you're on this stream today for a while, you could potentially have 5,000 before the end of the stream. I can't decide where to play lineups after this update. It's a mess. It's definitely a little bit of a headache. But it's a good headache to have because it's actually, in the long term, this update and this look is a lot better. But yeah, it's a little bit confusing. It doesn't come naturally, does it? I think at the moment, that's the thing. It doesn't come naturally as to where you need to play your players because it's completely new format, new layout as well in the lobby. And so even for me yesterday, I was having a little bit of a moment on the stream where I was almost like frozen, you know, because I was like trying to work out in my head where I should play people and like where they now fit in the new tiers. So I think it will get a lot easier, guys. But yeah, we're going to be doing that shortly. Let's, we received an offer from Mold as well. Thank you so much, Moldy, for the Han Sung Jiu, who we're going to accept, and he's also going to go into the list here of cards which you can win this weekend from playing Throw Your Hat in the Ring. So, just throw him in there. All right, thank you so much, Moldy. Honestly, incredible gesture there from you. We will open up the Show Me the Money in a minute as well. You can see that I've got £10.70, so I have enough to buy you guys a card of your choice up to £10. All you need to do is have 75,000 coupons in your balance here on Twitch from my streams, and if you do, you can get a card bought for you, but you'll have to be very quick. I'll let you guys know in a minute when I open it up. I'm also going to talk about the cards that I won as well in a second. Let's add these two guys in first of all. He goes into the giveaways, and then Hansung Jiu goes into the giveaways. We have 35 limited cards at the moment in the giveaways list here. That's 35 cards which you guys can choose from by playing Throw Your Hat in the Ring. All right, let's talk about the rewards that I got from yesterday. And I also want to hear, oh wow, new Rosenborg cards have just dropped apparently, says Tiago. So there's everything going on, isn't there? My God, there's never a quiet period. There's always so much going on. Let me talk about these first, and I want to hear the rewards that you got as well. The tier 5 rare that I won yesterday was this absolute monster. I can't believe that Kim Jin Hyuk is a tier 5. Now, to be fair, he's a high-end tier 5, so he's probably on the edge of being a low-end tier 4, but I won him as a tier 5. I'm absolutely delighted I won this guy. A lot of you guys who've been on the stream for from the early days will remember that we actually had, let's bring him up. We actually owned the limited card. Oh, wow. Oh, this looks really cool now. Wow. What a difference this is now. So Sorare Data have changed the layout, and they've also changed the look of the player profile page on the platform. It looks really cool. Love it. I love it. This is so cool now. Haven't I been saying this for a while? I've been saying that it would be so cool if Sorare Data could tell you, rather than just the average price, right? That you need to know the average price of the new season and the classic cards, right? Or you need to know, yeah, basically, like different season cards. Because before, when you were looking at a player's profile page, a player might say that they have an average in their rare of like £5. You'd be thinking, okay, £5, that's great. And they'll come up in your search, right? When you're searching for them. But the problem is that they're £5 in their classic cards, but their new season cards are maybe going for £20, £25. And so the average wasn't really that realistic, because you need to see the difference between the two cards now. And they've added it in, which is brilliant. So now you can very easily see that his new season cards, I'm actually the floor. So this is me here, because I am selling Kim Jin-hyuk, although I'm very happy to keep him. But I have him up for 25. I'm trying my luck. I'm trying to be a bit cheeky here. But his last sales average over the last 3 days was like £12. So significantly lower. And then there's only 15 new season cards. So again, that's really good to be able to see the supply of the new season. But then there are 224 rare classic cards for him. Okay. And those have a floor price of £10.50. And his last sales average over the last 14 days was £11.56. Really cool. Really like this here. It's a subtle change, but it's a very good change. Let's have a look at another page as well. Yeah, Sorare Data don't mess around, do they? They really don't. They actually put Sorare to shame a lot of the time because they are so quick and so on the ball, and their design changes are so visually good, but also functionally very good for users as well. Sorare honestly could really learn a lot from them. Let's put my other card that I won in, Vincent Vermeij. Okay, so it looks like, are all the backgrounds the same color now? Yeah, they are. They've just cleaned up the background now. So it looks like every single player now has this this almost like neutral color, this neutral background color. What's going on with Messi? Messi's gone missing. There he is there. Yeah, so I like it. I like it a lot more. What do you guys think? Is it just changed here? It looks like it's just changed on the player profile bit, right? I know that they also said that they have added in, here we go. They've added in new competitions already available in the lineup builder, which is pretty good as well. I wonder if they've changed it in the search though. How does that work in the search though, right? So if I wanted to look for a card that has an average now of like, now hold on. If I wanted to look for a card that has an average in rare of up to £15, right? Is there a way for me to specify that I want to look for that average in the classic card or the in-season card? Because that's surely the way they need to go with it. Now that they're splitting up the averages between new season and the classic, right? Because like that would actually be quite a useful, that would be a very useful filter to do. It doesn't look like it, does it? Or maybe just having an option to filter by a season. They almost need to have a filter here which says, I want to look for in-season cards. I don't want to look for classic cards. And then you can choose, right? But they don't have it, and they've never needed to have it, of course, because that kind of need to be able to sort and filter between classic and in-season never really existed. But now in the new format, it definitely does exist. So that would be a useful one for Sorare data to add. Because at the moment, if we just do this here, it's actually not going to show us necessarily the cards that we're looking for. UC just announced the comeback of the Elite Syrian with 5 new clubs. Oh my God. So hold on a minute. You guys are telling me earlier that Rosenborg have just released, Sorare have just released a new Rosenborg cards into the game on Sorare, and now UC apparently have also just released their new cards for the new clubs as well. It's all going on. Can barely keep up with it. Right, where are they? Here we go. Okay, yeah. So they have released them. The new Elite Syrian. I still think this is super bizarre that they have this neon logo, which I just think is so disgusting. I think it ruins the look of the card, personally. But the new cards are up. So these are new in-season cards for the Elite Syrian for Rosenborg. And of course, the Elite Syrian competes in the Contender tier. So they've timed that perfectly because the season is just about to start as well for the Elite Syrian. So very good. That's a good sign. Because the Elite Syrian, does it start this weekend or is it the weekend after? It starts this weekend, doesn't it? Yeah. So that's actually a really good sign because I think this is the first time that we have seen Sorare launch cards for a brand new season ahead of the new season starting. Previously, we've always seen the cards drop after the season has already started. As far as I can remember, this is the first time where they've dropped the cards right before the season is about to start, so that you then get a full season's worth of utility out of the cards and you're ready to go in the very first game of the new season. And I think this is good because obviously that's the way it should be anyway, but hopefully this is a good sign that Sorare will be ready to start doing that kind of thing for the next European season for like Premier League, La Liga, so that then for the very first game, you can potentially already have the brand new season cards ready to go. Tangvik, that's a good shout. There he is there, look, Sander Tangvik. Also, Sven Nipen. Nipen's really good, or Nippen. I don't actually know how you pronounce it, but yeah, he's brilliant. He's super young as well. He's like a wonder kid. So I reckon he'll probably go for a lot. Cool, so they're up. So if you've been waiting for new Elite Syrian cards on Sorare, you can now go and get them. And these will be in-season cards, which you can use in the in-season contender competitions. So get scouting, get buying them. I did say that we were going to do the show me the money. I just want to quickly touch on the other players though. So Kim Jin-hyuk was the tier 5 that I won yesterday. Very, very happy with this guy. His scoring is actually pretty good. He has no DMPs over the past year. He has an AA of 10.6 for a centre-back, which is pretty respectable. It's not amazing, but it's okay. He doesn't, over the last year, he hasn't really hit enough scores of 60 points and above, but he does have quite a good level of scoring to him. And so he's the type of player that I'm very happy to keep. He has previously got involved in attacking returns too, because they used to play him every now and then up front. They used to play him as a striker as well. So every now and then he used to not only score a goal, but then he also used to get like really good AA as well. So quite a versatile type player. But at the moment, he's playing as a centre-back. So really happy that I won him. I am selling him. You guys can see that I'm selling him, but I'm only selling him because if I can get £25 for him, I'll sell him for that, for a tier 5. If not, then I'm very happy to keep him. He's a brand new in-season card. And of course, the K-League is right at the start of its season. So it's a card that I can use all throughout the year in the new format now, in Contender, and he could actually be quite useful. Hello to Fury Sin as well. The other card which I also won as a tier 5 yesterday was Vincent Vermeij. Now, I've got to be honest with you, I'm not overly familiar with this guy. I did do a little bit of research into him when I won him yesterday, and he's got a very good track record of scoring goals, even though he's not really got a lot of starts to his name. He also came through the Ajax Academy when he was young. So there's a good player here. What I like about him is that at the moment, he's not really playing, he's not really starting, but he had a very, very good run in the team, and he produced some incredible scores here, look. So let me bring him up as well. He's 29. Fortuna are actually doing pretty good this season. They are in the hunt for a promotion up into the Bundesliga. I think they're in 4th place at the moment. So they're having a really good push. But you can kind of see that he's not really playing anymore. Okay? But when he did start earlier on in the season, he done fantastic. And he has the second most amount of goals and assists for Fortuna this season, even though he's not a regular starter. So I think I'm going to hold on to this guy because I think he has the potential. Let's say that Fortuna get promoted. If he doesn't stay, maybe he gets picked up by another 2 Bundesliga club, and he then becomes a regular starter for them. And then this level of scoring could then be the norm for him. He doesn't really have a huge history in Sorare because he's not been at Fortuna for very long, but I think there's a good player here. And there's not a load of limited cards either. There's only 235. So again, for a tier 5, I think we've done amazing this week. I really wasn't expecting it. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Assets in Sport. I didn't even think about that. But the K-League special should definitely help with the price. You know what? I really didn't think about that. In actual fact, I probably need to raise the price a little bit so that when the K-League special launches, we're not underselling this card. I probably need to put him up for 30. Like that. Because we need to factor in that the prices are going to go higher, right? When they launch the K-League special. So let's put him up for 30. They did mention in the blog that the K-League special is coming soon. And so we don't know how soon that is, but I would imagine that once the MLS special weekly finishes, right? So we have 2 more game weeks left of that. I would probably imagine that once that finishes, they'll then do the K-League. They could technically run the K-League alongside the MLS special weekly, but they want to do the K-League and the J-League, right? So it might be that they wait until the MLS finishes and then they just launch the K-League and the J-League together at the same time. That could be what they do. But yeah, good point. So we've got a player here that I'm probably not going to use for the K-League because I don't have enough K-League cards, but it's a great card for me to sell for big profit, hopefully very, very soon. What did you guys win on Sorare yesterday? I did send a tweet out and I saw a couple of like players that you guys won, but how did you guys get on with rewards yesterday? And did anybody win a reward that was really crap? Because obviously that was touched on in the blog yesterday from Sorare right at the end, where they said that they are aware that from feedback that there's been a few edge cases, as they call them, where the rewards haven't quite been correct and that they were making improvements to stop that from happening. We've heard the same thing, actually, to be fair, but they were then reiterating that they're making even more improvements to stop it from happening. So I'd like to know if anyone got like a terrible reward. Hopefully not, but I also just want to hear what you guys got to in general. Audris got a Cleach from DC United as a tier 2. He's my 3rd new season card, so we'll go for special weekly now. Look at that. Audris Vinagris has won enough cards now where he can now play in the special weekly. It's a good player as well. You got John Stones again. That's not bad. You know what? Tisdale, you should really hold on to John Stones. Hold on to him, even if it's the second one, because John Stones will play basically every game for the Euros, right? For England in the Euros. And there will probably be a lot of demand for a John Stones card. He plays very well for England and he scores very well. So if I was you, I'd probably hold on to him, even if you have a card already. And I would probably just look to sell him in the run-up to the Euros. And you got Fabian Ruiz as well. You've done all right then, Still. You've done pretty good. Sopsy with the 200 coins. It all counts, though. It all counts to nothing right now. These coins don't have really any value, but eventually they will. What's the balance you've got, Sopsy, on your coins? Because you've been coin collecting for a while now, right? Sopsy. You love those coins. You must have quite a lot. Estonian got 100 coins as well. Hello to Beast as well. How's it going? And how did you get on with your rewards, if you won anything? Hopefully you did. Tiago won a tier 2 in Cap 270. Andy Robertson. Wow. And 1 hour later, he got injured playing a friendly game for Scotland. But it's an Andy Robertson, so you know just weathered the storm, right? That's a great card to win. Hold on to him. Got a DMP sub-goalkeeper, but was tier 4 and 21, so I'm okay with that. I think you shared that with me, didn't you? Assets in Sport. I think you might have shared that with me on Twitter, sorry. That might have been one of the messages that I saw. And I agree. I think you should hold on to that guy. Getting that type of goalkeeper is a really good long-term hold. P2 Scout Elite Syrian kickoff with Ode versus Haugesund this weekend, and the rest of the club will join in game week 161. That must be on UC, right? Arthur got a Marco Boras under 23. How much is he? $85p. I also saw this as well. I think this is another good player to hold on to. I think his club is okay, but not great. But he's already shown that he's got some good potential for some mammoth scores. Look, 94.277. His AA can be quite good. So I think it's a good one to hold on to. Good card to win. And Sopsy has 20,000 coins there. If with you guys that have loads of the coins, right? If there was one thing that Sorare could add into the shop for you to use those coins on today, what would it be? Because I know that lots of guys in the game are basically just building a balance, right? Until there is something worthwhile in the shop spending it on. as we know, the shop is absolutely embarrassing. It's a disgrace, really. But they're also going to be revamping it. So in the future, in the near future, this is going to be a club shop that is something to be proud of for Sorare rather than something to be ashamed of. But if there was one thing that they could drop into the shop today, like what would you want it to be? And how much would you expect it to be as well? So, bit of an interesting question. Tiago would actually like to have a hoodie, which is what I've got at the moment. I don't know if you guys can see it, but there you go. I've got the little Sorare hoodie on. It's very cool, the Sorare hoodie. It is so comfortable. It's the type of hoodie, I'm not kidding, it's the type of hoodie where you'd love to fall asleep in it. It's so comfy. Really nice. So, yeah, I would absolutely recommend the hoodies to you guys. If they ever drop in the shop, for real, like permanently, try and pick one up because they are a dream to wear. They have to try and coin wipe people for the new coins, which are a lot rarer to get, become valuable. They kind of already technically are doing a little bit of that because, of course, there's less of the Sorare coins to earn now. So they've massively nerfed that for the new format. It used to be that you only needed 130 in the cap modes, a score of 130 to get 100, but now you need a score of 300 points in order to get 100. So people are going to be earning a lot less coins now. So technically, they've already become a lot more valuable on that alone. I still have the belief that we can do something useful with it that gives us an advantage in the game. It definitely will be a case where the club shop will be amazing. If you've been on any of my streams recently and you've seen NFL Rivals that we play, that is a good example of doing a club shop well, where there are constantly and regularly, all the time, things in there that you want to spend your money on. Not money, but you want to spend your currency on. So when we play that game, it's basically as soon as we have the amount that we can then spend in the club shop, we're not even wasting any time. We're just immediately rushing into the club shop and then spending our currency in there to see what we can get, right? And that's what the club shop should be in Sorare, where you can't wait to earn a balance or get to a certain amount so that you can then buy things in the club shop. And what they should have in the club shop as well is they should make the club shop time dependent. So they should make it so that there are permanently things in there, but the items will also rotate on a time basis, right? So you won't ever just see the same things in there. It might be like every week or every 3 days or whatever. The stock kind of cycles, it rotates around and there's something new in there. And so then it also gives a bit of a FOMO where you're going to want to try and earn as much as you can in the short time frame that you can, so you can then go and buy them whilst they are available before they're then taken out of rotation. And you don't know when they're going to next be rotated in and available in the shop again. So I agree, it will, but we all know, and we've talked about this at length, right? There's absolutely no excuse, really, for the club shop to have been managed like this. I know that Sorare have been really busy developing other areas of the game, but when they launched this in the game, it was embarrassingly sparse, should we say. As in, there was nothing really in there. It looked terrible. The items you could win looked terrible. It was just very poorly conceived that they obviously thought this is going to be a good idea, and it is a good idea, but they just did not have a plan to tie it in with the Sorare coins and just the overall ecosystem of the game. They need to get their ecosystem up first, and then the club shop can then have value. What they tried to do was they tried to launch the club shop with nothing really in there. Then they launched an economy of in-game currency that then nobody really felt like it had value because there was nothing in the club shop to buy with, buy or spend your coins on. And then also they didn't then improve the club shop. So it's just been one mistake after another with this one. And in the blog that they released yesterday, they did talk about how they're revamping it, they're rebuilding it, and my God, they really need to. And they need to come back and just wow us all now. So when this finally returns properly, they literally need to wow us with a club shop that can blow your mind, because this here has been an embarrassment from the start. And I'm not even being harsh by saying that. It's been awful. It's been pathetic, really. You guys know I don't hold back, and I haven't held back since the very first time I saw this. I thought, are they kidding? It's a joke. So what we're gonna do finally? Hello to Calfer. What we're gonna do is what we were planning on doing from the get-go, but we've just been so busy for the last hour and a half. We've only just got round to doing it now. What we're going to do is we're going to dive into the new format on Pro. Okay, so this new competition format now for Sorare. We had a little look at it yesterday. It was very cool. It looks great. It's going to take a little bit of time for me, and also I think for some of you guys to get used to it. It's a bit of a weird game week as well, because there are a lot of leagues that aren't actually back this weekend. So like you'll find that you won't have a load of teams possibly. And so that also can add to the confusion, because you might be thinking it's the weekend. The international break is kind of technically over. So I should be able to lineup build again, but no, there's a lot of lineups that you won't have available, as we discovered yesterday. So let's have a little look here. A lot of how we are lineup building hasn't really changed. So our priority at the moment is to still put a team out for the Cap 240. So when we go down now to the left, you've got the legacy competitions down at the bottom, with under 23, Global All-Star, the academy teams, which are called training now, and then the cap modes, right? And the cap 240 still remains a big priority for me, because obviously the threshold is on borrowed time. The threshold is, by August, it's going to be phased out, and we then won't be able to play cap 240 to win threshold. So whilst it's here, we need to make this the #1 competition to earn as much money as we can from it before it is removed from the game. Now, we'd also, outside of Cap 240, I'd also like to start entering some in-season teams in Contender or Challenger. Unfortunately, as you can see, I don't have any rare cards for Champion. Okay, so we don't have a division for Champion rare. So if we were going to start doing this today, we would need to start off right at the bottom in Division 5 and work our way up. This is going to be, I've mentioned it before, this is kind of deliberate. I deliberately don't have a Champion rare team because it's always been quite expensive to do, and I wanted to get very settled with which are now Challenger and Contender type teams, okay? So when we play in the new format, Challenger and Contender are going to be the two main divisions or main tiers that we compete in, and we have a lot more Contender players than we do Challenger. So hopefully we can start to win some Challenger players, or we can just use some of the threshold to put towards just expanding our Challenger roster, so we can then start to compete across several different in-season Challenger teams, right? But I've deliberately not got a rare Champion team, because what I'm going to do is for the new 24-25 season, probably the Premier League season, I'm going to aim to try and collect Man United, because I'm a Man United fan, but I have not a single Man United player, which I hate to admit on the stream. And I know you guys always pull me up on it. I don't have any Man United players, even though that is my team. So I think it's about time that I started to try and collect Man United. Obviously, rare is going to be expensive. And of course, in this new format, it's going to be expensive too. But I'm going to wait. I've got basically 6 months to save up a war fund, if you want to call it that, so that then for next season, we can then put out a pretty good, hopefully, pretty good kind of optimistic, right? Because we're talking about Man United. But even if, for example, I only had like 4 Man United in-season cards, and then maybe just to start with, I get like a really cheap, classic, rare goalkeeper from the Premier League. That could be the way to start off, right? So that's going to be the plan for next season. To be honest with you, I was a bit surprised that we got a placing in Division 3 in Champion for Limited, because the only teams that I have for Champion, or the only cards I really have for Champion, are Luton Town. And so apparently Luton Town players are strong enough to be considered for Division 3, which really surprised me because I would have thought Division 4, they don't score that well. And that I wouldn't even say that they are considered high tier cards either. But we luckily got into Division 3. I don't actually think we will be able to hold on to Division 3. But the advantage is that we don't actually have to put a team out in Division 3 in Champion, because we're going to be playing our Luton Town team in the Premier League in-season special. Or the Premier League, what's it called now? It's not the Premier League in-season special, is it? What actually is it called? The Premier League in-season. Yeah. So our main team will go in here. Now, there is a division system in here too. So ideally, we want to try and stay in Division 3 or even try and get into Division 2. But I'll be honest with you, we're probably going to get relegated. We're probably going to get relegated this week. So Luton are away to Tottenham. This is not a good fixture for them. There could even be an argument to say, why even enter a team? Why not wait maybe for a more favourable fixture? And then what that will do is, if they then do very well, we could potentially get promoted in one attempt into Division 2. If we enter Luton in the end season when they have a good fixture. The problem is, right? The problem is that Luton don't have many good fixtures coming up. Look, Tottenham, then Arsenal. So if we decided, we don't want to get relegated, we want to just try and get promoted from Division 3 to Division 2, so we'll wait until Bournemouth. We're losing 2 game weeks, right? We're then not playing 2 game weeks. So I think we probably just have to accept that we're lucky enough anyway to be in Division 3. If we get really lucky this weekend against Tottenham and we don't get relegated, then maybe we have a chance of winning some fairly okay rewards, right? But probably the reality is that we're going to get relegated this weekend down to Division 4. Then when we play the team in Arsenal in the following game week, we're then probably going to get relegated there. So then by the time we play Bournemouth, it will probably be in Division 5. And then actually, we have the potential where we not only could get promoted from Division 5 up into Division 4, but we actually have the potential in that game week, if we get to Division 5, we have the potential where we can win the division. Because Luton Town at home against Bournemouth, sure, they didn't do too good in the away fixture that was rescheduled because they were 3-0 up and then they lost 4-3. But they realistically, with the fixtures they've got, they realistically know that they have to win this here, and they probably have to keep a clean sheet as well. So this actually could be the game week where the Luton Town team, hopefully, in a way, hopefully it gets relegated over the next 2 game weeks. It gets to Division 5 for the Bournemouth game, and then we just go and win Division 5. Yeah, exactly. If we get relegated twice, right, in 2 consecutive game weeks, then by the time it's Bournemouth, we're in Division 5, and then we can win it. What's the rewards like in Division 5? So yeah, so Division 5 then means that the minimum is $5, right? But you have to finish in the top 45. But then if you win it, you get $120, $80 for second, $50 for third, and then kind of up to top 30, you get $9. So the rewards are not as good, which is obvious, right? Because it's the lowest division. Right now we're in Division 3, which means that if you finish in the top 100, you get $5. And if you win the thing, you get $300. But realistically, I think we are looking at 2 consecutive relegations over the next 2 game weeks, so that then by game week 4, 6, 5, we're then going to be in Division 5. The one thing that I mentioned yesterday, and I'm going to say it again, the one thing that I find bizarre to the point of slightly worrying is that with this division system, which is now quite a big dynamic in the game, and with this whole promotion relegation, right? That was a big thing, a big change that was announced, and that is a big part of this new format. The one thing that I was very surprised to not see, and as I say, a little bit worried, is that there's no information when they rolled this out about how promotion and relegation works. You have to go to the blogs to find that out, but it's not at the moment anywhere stated in the competitions. And I just think that that is so bizarre, because that is obviously the one thing that needs to be stated so that everybody knows what's at stake here. And the reason that worries me is that it worries me because not because it's not going to be fixed, because it is an easy fix for them to do, but it just worries me that they obviously knew that that was missing, but they still decided to roll this out without it being in the game. And I just think that this is a habit that Sorare need to break, because it doesn't look good. It looks like they're rushing things. It looks like it looks like they're disorganized, and it's a little bit too chaotic. That something like that, which is so important, doesn't even make it. So there's no way to see it here at the moment. And it's weird. It's really weird. And actually, I don't know whether, so don't quote me on this, right? But I'd even hazard a guess here that, like, legally, they could maybe get into trouble for that if the game week starts and that rule isn't in here. Because then if somebody did get relegated who signed up to the game today and didn't have a clue because they didn't see anything in the competition rules or anything, then they'd probably be like, well, how was I to know that there was relegation? Because it's not stated anywhere in the game. And you can't assume that people are going to read the blogs which were published weeks and weeks ago and that are stupidly long to go through, right? So I really hope that Sorare can add that kind of information, because for me, that's so important that it should have been already integrated and shown in the game when they rolled this out. There are a couple of other things that are missing too, but that's a big one. Not being able to see, like, how in the game where you need to finish to get promoted is weird. And they need to fix it. Yeah, I mean, maybe they have a plan to put it on here, right? Because this is weird in itself. This design is bizarre. because it's this squished up kind of prize detail, and then you've just got all of this space here, which just looks really weird. Like there's so much space here that they could throw that information on the promotion relegation, right? Or they just find they cut this down and then they have a different section that then talks about promotion relegation, all the rules or whatnot. I don't know, but just very surprising that something so important like that is not here from the get-go. And as I say, guys, it's a repeated pattern of behavior that we see from the Sorare team where they miss out very important stuff that's not there from launch. And I just really want to see them get out of that habit and just make sure that when they launch new things, because this is honestly a great update. It looks good. The format is fantastic, I think. So there's so many positives here and there's so much to praise the Sorare team on. But then it's almost like it takes away the glimmer. You know, it's little things like that that just take the shine off a very, very good update, which is really avoidable because obviously they know that there's promotion relegation. So it's not like they would have forgotten to put this in. I'd like to hope they haven't forgotten to put it in. So if they haven't forgotten to put it in, then they've just decided that it's not necessary to put it in. Do you know what I mean? Like, either it's really important that it needs to be in there, but if it's not there, you've either forgotten to put it in or you just don't think it's necessary to have it in from the get-go. I personally just think I want to see Sorare get out of that habit because as they try and attract users to the game and they try and improve engagement from the users that come onto the platform, stuff like that is going to, if it happens all the time, stuff like that is going to start to just start to grate on people, you know? Free Tip Scout, what do you think about the fact that new players can't play Cap 240? I think that it is okay. They made the rationale that the reason why is so that the early adopters of Sorare are then almost honored with having to be able to still win threshold before it gets phased out. And I think they also wanted to avoid that new users would come in, start playing a game mode, which they already know is going to be phased out. And so then those new users then get disappointed. So you could start playing it today. If they had allowed it, you could come into the game new today and start playing Cap 240 to win threshold. But imagine if somebody, say, at the end of July joins Sorare, or maybe, you know, in the last month of before the transition period, right? So the start of July, someone's playing threshold for a month and then it goes. It's probably not going to feel that great because they would build maybe a team for that competition, then for that competition to go. So I think it's a way for them to say, the guys that have already built for threshold, like, you can still keep playing it. The guys that haven't already played it, don't start building for it because it's going. So I think it's kind of, it's the good decision from them. Yeah. You had to play 240 in one midweek to gain access after the first change. Hey, Free Tip Scout, how's it going? The full Elite Syrian is on UC, just announced. Hello to FBL Thinker. Yeah, Twitch Gaming mentioned that. We haven't had a chance to look at it because honestly, we've been non-stop, sorry, and we've just been talking about the new format. So let's try and dive into it a little bit more, right? So the way that I approach the Premier League in season doesn't change at all. The way it looks is changed. And of course, my division is now a big part of like the gameplay. But what we used to do in the past is we used to put like the backup team in as the extra. So, you know, like you can have up to 3 entries for every competition. So we can have 3 different lineups for in season for the Premier League, right? And in the old format, we'd put for Team A, that would be the actual team that we were hoping to win something from. But then because we've got more Luton Town players in our collection, what we would do is we would then, in the old format, then just play a throwaway team, right? Just play a throwaway punty team with a DMP goalkeeper in as the B team, because we would just try and scrape as many Sorare coins as we could. Now, in the new format, that isn't really a good strategy anymore, because you can see that we're in Division 4, and in order to win 100 Sorare coins, you need to hit 300. So they've almost done that now. They've nerfed these Sorare coins, and they've done it in a way so that, sure, the Sorare coins have more value, but now you need to think about whether you actually want to just throw in a team that you know is not going to do that good. Because for most people, that won't really be worth it anymore. Because you won't, with a really crap team, you won't be able to hit the 300 points to get the 100 Sorare coins. So all you'll be doing is throwing in a team that is going to get relegated, right? Because they won't probably score well enough to stay in the division. So I actually don't think now in the new format we're going to do that. I think we're just going to play our best team, and then we're not going to risk us losing Division 4, because who knows, further down the line, we could end up having a much better like B team for the in-season. And then what I would prefer to do is then just play them in Division 4 with the good chance that we could just immediately get promoted in the first attempt to Division 3, rather than just playing a really bad team, like just to fill out the numbers and to get the use out of the cards in a Division 4 that then we know that team is just going to get relegated to Division 5. And then in the future, if we then wanted to have another good go with a second team in the in-season, we're then starting on the bottom division when we already started at the top. Or not top, but we started in a higher division. So we're not going to do anything there. And we're also not going to add a team for the Classic either, because for the same reason, we don't have another starting goalkeeper. We just really have backups now, or kind of players that don't start enough for Luton. And so I don't even want to play 4 outfielders here and a DMP goalkeeper if it means that it's going to risk us getting relegated to Division 5. And again, this is why having the promotion relegation information is kind of vital, right? Now, I can go and check it on a blog, right? But it would just be a lot more user-friendly and a lot more useful for people's decision-making, so other managers' decision-making, if the game said, if you finish in the top 20% or 30%, whatever it is, you're going to get promoted. But if you finish in this competition in the bottom 50%, you're going to get relegated, or whatever it is, right? I can't remember what the percentages are, but what I'm saying is that it needs to be information which you can see here, because then maybe what I'll think is, well, can my team with a DMP goalkeeper actually survive the drop if I have 4 really good outfielders? But if I look at the percentage that you need to be in to get relegated, and I think, well, actually, with this fixture and with the other fixtures that are happening this week, or this weekend with other teams in this division, even with a DMP goalkeeper and very strong outfielders, I'm probably going to get relegated. I'm probably going to fall into that bottom 20%, so it's not worth it. I still don't get, why would you want to get relegated? Is that a question for me, or is that a question just in general about the promotion relegation format? I could add a team into Division 5. Yeah, I could add a team into Division 5. it probably wouldn't be worth it, to be brutally honest. I mean, the thing with Division 5, of course, is that we're not going to get we're not going to get relegated. We have a chance to win something. When I've been adding in my backup teams, I haven't been adding them in thinking that we have a chance to win anything. I've literally just been adding them in to farm Sorare coins, right? So I think if, let's just say, for example, we go and add a team, right? Let's just say that I want to add a team into Division 5, okay? So we're not going to do a B team. We're going to do our A team. Why is our A team showing that it's not? What? In-season team A? Why is our in-season team A showing that it's not good to go? This isn't it, right? This is a bit weird. What's happened here? This is our in-season team A, which we've confirmed, right? That's team A in-season. When we do register a new team, it's showing in-season Premier League Limited that team A is not complete. Weird. But that's probably a bug that they're going to fix. But you're right, I could add a team in Division 5, but this is the team that I'd be adding, right? It'd be like Tim Kroll. It'd probably be like Hashioka or Isakabor. Then it would be Chong, Jordan Clark, or Townsend. Let's say that we'd do Jordan Clark. Up front, look, Corley Woodrow, Shaw. And then we do, like, I don't know, Townsend. Now, this team is not going to be good enough to get 300 points, which will give us the 100 Sorare coins. And this team is not actually going to be good enough anyway to get any type of score that is going to give us, even in Division 5. Let's go back here. Even in Division 5, it's not going to give us, look, top 45. We need to finish in the top 45. It's not going to be good enough. So this is what I'm saying. It's like, if I had a better selection of backups, then I might actually do it, even with a DMP goalkeeper. But realistically, I'd want to have a DMP goalkeeper to do it. The only reason we were really playing our backups, right, as a throwaway team, was when we could earn 100 coins from hitting 130. And that type of team that I showed you could probably hit 130. It's no way going to hit 300. And it's also definitely not going to get top 45. So it's kind of a bit wasted, really. I'm talking about your main Luton guys. You can keep your Div 3 place for better fixture, in my opinion. We could, yeah, but there's no real better fixtures, right? We could waste. So it's kind of a good point, but also there's different ways to do it. So what we could do is we don't play this weekend against Tottenham, and then we don't play against Arsenal, right? So that then when it comes around to the Bournemouth game, we then have a chance of getting promoted from Division 3 up to Division 2, right? But then what that means is that then after that game week, we then have Man City. So we're then going to be in fear of getting relegated if we play the team against Man City. So then we will probably miss that game as well. So the promotion relegation's kind of really a big difference now, a big change in the dynamic, because you can end up being a manager that's so fearful of getting relegated that you don't even play your cards, right? So the cards that you bought to use in the competitions, you don't play at all. So what I'd prefer to do is I would prefer to play this competition here in this upcoming game week, knowing that we're probably going to get relegated, okay? We might not, but we could probably get relegated, right? If we do get relegated, it's okay. Then we play Arsenal. We hope we don't get relegated, but maybe we do, and probably we do. And then by game week 465, we then have a chance where we can actually win the division for once in Division 5 in this fixture. Then in the game week 467, we then get relegated again probably, so that then by game week 469, we have another home game against Brentford, where again, we can probably win the division. And then we get promoted, and then we have a chance to stay up in Division 4 or even try and get back up into Division 3 before the end of the season. Because then we play Wolves, then we play Everton, then we play West Ham and Fulham. So to answer your question, we're not deliberately trying to get relegated, right? We're not deliberately trying to get relegated. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I've bought the cards to play them, and I'm not going to not play them out of fear that we could get relegated, when actually we could play them against Tottenham and they could cause an upset against Tottenham, and then we could have got promoted. And then if we do get relegated, it's not great, but actually it will work out by the time we get round to these fixtures here. Momo Sorare. Hi everyone, new interface improvements. First, thank you all for the feedback on our latest gameplay and interface updates. We greatly appreciate your support. As mentioned in yesterday's blog post, we're committed to continuous improvement. We're excited to announce that 2 new features are already live: in-season filter, in lineup builder, and the number of lineups registered in the same division as your team. Great. I think that they could have just they could have got them out for the rollout. I mean, it's great they've got them out, but it just is so weird that those 2 things that probably should have been there are then there the next day. But great, they've got them out. That's the main thing. Ogben probably won't play this weekend, by the way. He got injured on international duty. Thank you, man. Thank you, Hatter, for letting me know. There's a good question there from Calvert. Is it a waste to wait for the Bournemouth game to play Division 3 if by... Sorry, hold on. Is it a waste to wait for the Bournemouth game to play Division 3 if by playing you're only expected to be relegated? Just leave that spot, and play the Div 4 one this week. Is that a question for me? That's a question for me, right? So this is kind of interesting, right? Because I know that lots of you guys have different takes on what you would do here. So there's an argument that we don't play this weekend in Division 3, which is, I think, what Calvert's saying. So we would avoid Division 3. We would play Division 4, like, for example, this weekend against Tottenham. And then it means that when the Bournemouth game comes round, we can then play Division 3 instead, right? And then we have a good chance of then getting promoted into Division 2. To be fair, it's actually a pretty good point. It's a pretty good point where we could just avoid Division 3, our team in Division 3, play them in Division 4, then they probably get relegated. And then when the Bournemouth game comes round, rather than us trying to win Division 5, we could try and win Division 3. We could do it like that too. Yeah, it's a good shout, by the way. It's a good shout. Any chance I can post a link? The guy on Twitter has made a spreadsheet with the number of entrants in each division. You should be able to. You should be able to do that, Connor, because I think you're a VIP anyway, no? Oh, you're not, right? Okay, let me make you one. Let me make you one if I can. Oh, there you go. Twitch Gaming's already got it. Lovely. Does it change? Does that spreadsheet change, though? Because the number of entrants is going to be changing all the time, right? So, like, this is the number of entrants now, but on the 20... what's going on here? Well, it's updated every 30 minutes. Lovely. Okay, good. So there is a spreadsheet here that you can check out, which should be quite useful. You guys are telling me that there has been some changes, right? In the lineup builder. Here we go. So yeah, so now you can see, hold on. So the lineup builder now has an in-season filter, right? Let's go to classic here. Where's the in-season filter? Touch key I? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me get up to speed on this, okay? So in-season filter in the lineup builder. What about if we do... Well, it doesn't really matter what we do here if we do classic or in-season. Let's do classic, though. Let's do this one. Classic Team A. Where is it? What am I missing here? Yeah, it's there now. Okay, good. So we had to refresh the page. Okay. So it's there now. They've added it, which is great. It's so bizarre that they didn't have that ready for yesterday, but it's there now, which is the main thing. Because that is a filter that is really going to take away a lot of the pain. We need a lot more filters in here, though. I think we also need a way to filter by the leagues themselves, because now the different leagues are in different tiers. I might only just want to see my Belgian Pro League players, right? In Challenger, I might not want to see my MLS players as well. I think we also maybe need a way where you can potentially filter by the clubs as well. So it recognizes what clubs they will play for, and then you can just filter that way. It's good that this is getting some attention now. I mean, we just need a lot more in here. But this is going to take away a lot of the pain for people, where you can now actually see how many in-seasons you've got. So you can then put your teams together with those and then just see who are the classics you've got left over. Yeah, you can filter by club using the search bar. But what I mean is, like, when you go into a lineup builder, right? It then recognizes that you've got Pappy here who plays for Gaziantep. You've got Bokat who plays for Centroiden, right? Centroidenes. So then what you can do is there's like a club filter here. You press it and then it shows you all the clubs, right? It's like almost a drop down. And then you can just immediately tick the club that you're interested in. And then just shows you all the clubs, right? Sure, you can type it in as well. You can type in a lot of things and it works that way. But I think there's a lot of additional functionality they can add in here. Yeah. So let's go and do our capped teams here. That should have been there since the first second. I agree with you. Yeah, I do agree. I'm happy that it's here now. And to be honest with you, I was kind of thinking, are Sorare going to take an age to get something like that in the game? Because sometimes they can take so long to get the smallest things into the game. But I actually kind of feel like they didn't have it in the game for the get-go, because maybe they kind of forgot about it, or they didn't think it would be that useful, which it should be. But then this is such an easy thing to add in that they could just do it in a few hours and then it's there for the next day. This is often the thing that I say kind of worries me, is that when we see stuff that should be obvious, right, that doesn't make it for a new rollout, it does kind of make me worry who they're talking to when they are testing things out. That, like, that is the sort of thing in testing that somebody would say, can we have a filter for in season? And then they'd probably say, yeah, that's a good idea. And then they just put it into the game in a few hours. When it's not there at rollout, it does kind of worry me. It makes me think, are they not listening to the right people? Or are they not talking to the right people? Because we all said together yesterday that why is there not a filter to see stuff like that? Why are there not other stuff? But anyways, it's here. When we were looking at this yesterday, we didn't really have a ton of options because we've only got one goalie. And we do, again, need to try and prioritize this. So even though we've got the new format, we're still prioritizing the legacy competition here for the time being. When there's no way around this because we just literally have one goalkeeper. That has a game. So for sure, Eli Room in goal. We were then actually thinking that Smolcic and Zalahi, given that they have Rudesh and they're really terrible, they should, in theory, be the best shot we've got at comfortably hitting the threshold. Didn't really consider, let's take that off as well. We didn't really consider other defenders. Bokat's not got a bad game, but if we were going to use him, we might use him in 220. Kim Jin-hyuk, I don't want to use because I prefer to just try and sell him. Arcus, we don't want to use to stack because it's not a good game week to stack. It is actually Smolcic. So then it would be Salahi again. Okay. And then it's just a case of who we put up front and as the extra. Ideally, what I'd like to do is I'd like to put Biaki in here, but if we put Biaki in here for 52, we've then only got 34, and that is not going to give us a good balance to the team. Yeah. When you look at the 34 options I've got, none of them are really playing. The minimum is Molon and Grylak at 36 there. So he's not really going to work, even though he's got an incredible fixture. We have him in 220 at the moment. The annoying thing here is that I can't play Garces anywhere, who's in really good form at the moment. Like, he's too high to play in 220. We can't fit him in here in 240. And there's no Champ America. And even if there was, we don't have an American goalkeeper. So we're going to have a load of players, unfortunately, that we're not going to be able to use. Yeah, I think it is advancing here. And it just gives us 47. So I don't actually think we need to change this at all, which is kind of cool. Let's have a quick look. I don't think we need to change it. We are going to be looking at then Leonardo Morales here as the extra with a home game. He's got 45 as an L15, and he is that type of player, as we know, that has the very real potential to hit you like a massive score. So yeah, we don't actually change that. It's kind of cool. So our cap 240 mode is fine. Yeah, the fact that you can use limiteds now is really good. Yeah. So you can use, well, you can use a higher card in a lower scarcity, but it just doesn't get the bonus, right? but we can't use a limited in Cap 240. Rare. I need to review this one. Yeah, look, Stuver's 51. Zubsuk's actually perfect. He has a home game as well. He's got the perfect L15. So he definitely stays in there. If we're going to play this, we want to try and hit it hard. Biaki with 52 is high for 220, but he's got 11% bonus here, and he has a home game against Cashpoint, which is really good. And we know that Biaki is the perfect 220 player. So he definitely is going to be my main forward. Midfielder-wise, I think I do want to play Michael Hoyos because he's in incredible form. In his last 5, he's got 62, 70, 60, 60. He has an L15 of 48. And he's, again, a perfect type of Cap 220 player. So we'll play Hoyos here. It's just a case of whether we do 2 midfielders now or... Because we have Peter Musa. One of the problems with the new format for me is that Peter Musa, he doesn't really fit in... he falls into the challenger rate, but I don't really have like an MLS rare team. Potentially, Musa will be a good player to have for the next weekend when I've got more of my players back. But the goalkeepers that I have for the new format are Eli Room and Kofi. So it's going to be like an interesting team. What's this here? Okay, new interface improvements and bugs resolution. Fine. I mean, to be fair, Kim Jin Hyuk is that type of player that is great for Cat 220. But then so's Bokat at 42. The only thing is, if we play Bokat's been terrible recently. But it's not been that good. If we play Bokat, we then can't play Musa. It's one of the reasons why I was thinking about playing Marcelo Benitez in here for 37. Because then if we do that, we have enough to play Musa. But do we want to play Musa? I don't even know if we do. I mean, it is Peter Musa. He's the DP for Dallas. He's a fantastic player. Doesn't have much AA, and they've been really poor as well at the moment, Dallas. problem that I've got is if I don't play him, then we've got like a £90 card that is just sitting doing nothing. I wonder if Bocat is expected to play. He didn't play in the last game. Yeah, look, he didn't play. He played 5 minutes in and he DMP'd. I'm not sure what's going on with him. So I don't think we can really, at the moment, rely on him playing. What would happen if we played Kim Jin-hyuk in here? We could also play Garterman as well. But if we played, then we have 32, which is not going to be enough. But if we played Gartenman, we have 34. That's also still not going to be enough. So maybe what we need to do is play Marcelo Benitez here, because he's our lowest costing starting defender that has a okay-ish kind of, I mean, to be fair, Melgar's not okay. But if we played him there, we've then got 43. Which then allows us to play Peter Musa here. Or, hold on a minute. Okay, so what we could do here is we could play Peter Musa here. Play Peter Musa there for 41, which then means that we have fully used up our cap. And then we've got a 39 Victor Edvardsen in here, which then frees up 4 points here. Don't actually think that's going to make a difference though, is it? Yeah, we're still going to play a 37. So we would still play Benitez here. No. Let's do it the other way, where we keep that as is, and then we basically keep that as is as well. Okay. It's gone very quiet in the chat. Valley 99, thank you for the 3 months, man. What are all the competitions that people are prioritizing in the new format now? I'd be very keen to hear. Are you still prioritizing Cap 240? Are you now looking at different in-season or classic competitions here? We don't tend to play 270 because we, in limited or rare, you know what I would like to do? Hold on a minute. Okay. We used to play Cap 220 Limited, but I don't think we can do it anymore because of the fact that we don't have another starting goalkeeper and we were using the commons to do it. Divisions are assets priority. You guys are playing NFL Rivals, right? Okay. I'm glad to hear you're playing it, though. It is very good. Very grindy. So Valley says his priorities are, number one, in-season. But what in-season? What in-season competition is the priority for you? Is it in-season Premier League? Is it in-season Challenger, Contender, Champ? Number two is Classic. Number three is Cap 240. And then number four, All-Star. And then five is other caps, I think you say there, other caps. At least until I can get a feel for the competitive within each comp. I like it, man. I like it. It's interesting that you're putting the Classic ahead of the Cap 240, though. Why is that? Why are you prioritizing? Is it because you want to win the new cards, which you can then use in the in-season? So you're placing a higher value on the in-season, new season cards than the $15, right? Why did we also have a team for... Okay, yeah, this was Cap 220 Rare. Yeah. And Cap 240 Rare. We don't have a team for Cap 220 Limited. Or sorry, Cap 240 Limited. I don't think that's a biggie. Because we are using our limited cards in here. Not Global All-Star for the time being. There really does need to be one page where you can see all your lineups, doesn't there? Having to click on the different competitions to see where all your lineups are is a little bit messy, really. It's a little bit clunky. Like, where's our... It must be in Contender. Okay. So I think the decision that I need to make is whether I want to play this stack in Division 2 Contender this weekend, or whether I want to just play it in All-Star. All-Star might be the better play here. Sorry, hold on. I keep doing that. At the moment in the in-season here, we have to finish in the top 280 to get $5. Is that... I don't think that's a really good fixture for Tigres, really. Which makes me think I don't know whether it's actually smart to risk our Division 2 position. Again, maybe it's a situation here where rather than play Division 2, we just play Division 3, or we play Division 5, but so they have Puebla away. Yeah, we do. We definitely need an overview. I agree with you. Where's the exit? An overview would be lovely. Oh my God, Puebla are last. And they're doing shocking. They've only won one game so far this season. They've lost 9. They've scored 12 goals in 12, and they have conceded 31. So maybe this is actually the fixture where we need to be playing the Tigres stack in Division 2 to try and get into the top 280. But then hold on a minute, isn't the upside, that's the one thing I need to just double check here. If we go into the in-season Division 2, where we're going to be playing for cash here. Okay. So first place is $200, right? Now, I'm not saying that we can win it, but I actually think that it's probably quite useful for us to think, well, if our team smashes it and maybe gets a podium, then we have the potential of winning either $200, $160, or $120, right? However, if we were to enter that team who has a good fixture into Global All-Star, then again, look, the prizes you get here are better. So, of course, we can't win cash after the podium prizes here. It's then cards, right? But at least these are going to be in-season cards. And because it's All-Star, they should, in theory, especially at the higher end, they should be very good in-season cards. So we'd need to finish top 100 to get the tier 1, top 400 to get a tier 2, top 1,000 to get a tier 3. But ideally want to be winning the tier 2. We need to move this team, I think. Yeah, contender, second div. The team we've got is almost a little bit too good with the fixture they've got just to be winning potentially $200 there. Now, if they got into the top 50, they'd win $8, but I think probably to get into the top 50, I'd want to be winning more than that. And if we felt like we could get a high position with this team this weekend, then we should probably be targeting All-Star. Do you have Challenger Division 4 spot in season? There is a 153% reward percentage currently. Is there? No, yeah, you're right. I could play the Luton stack in Champion Europe, but I'm going to be playing them in the Premier League in season every week. Just because it's I think personally, the rewards have been great in here. I mean, Champion, sure, we could play them in the in-season rate. So if we looked at, say, let's have a look at this one here. The rewards are fairly similar, right? In terms of cash from the looks of it. We tend to play them in season. You're right. Probably there's going to be... Why can we not see that? I thought they said that we could see that, no? Why can we not see that? Number of lineups registered in the same division as your team. So, hold on a minute. Where is that information? Okay, 800 here. Now, that's really tiny, isn't it? Why have they done it like that? I mean, it's great they've added it in, but you can barely see it. So it's there now, which is where it should have been to begin with, but they need to make that bigger. It's tiny. It's very easy to miss that there. They need to make that a lot bigger. In the Challenger with this team, for example, don't know whether we would play it in... We probably would play it in second div, to be honest with you. And then look, 3,143 at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how many managers in total, or how many entries in total each competition gets. It's not very easy to see that. That would be another thing that would be good to see, an overview. So maybe having a section here where you can just immediately see, almost like a list actually, of what are the competitions. So what's the number one competition that has the most amount of entries in it? Like very similar to what we've got in the spreadsheet that you guys shared, having a page here in the new format where you can then see that's the number one competition that has the most amount of entries. That's the second competition that has the second highest amount of entries. And then you could just then immediately see at a glance where some of the opportunities are, right? Just picking up on the point that, who was it, Calvert? Was it Calvert? I don't think it was Calvert, actually. I don't know, where was it? Can't see it in the chat, unfortunately. But somebody mentioned in the chat that why don't I throw this team into champion? Obviously, if we throw them into champion, then there's this has to change as well. So one of the things that I actually I found quite useful is that before you entered a team, a lineup into a competition, if you clicked on the competition, there was like a detail section, right? It then told you what matches were happening in that league in that competition before you entered it. Now at the moment, the only way that you can see that is when you click in to edit a team. Well, that's not even how, is it? That just shows you the requirements. There isn't the information on what matches are being covered here. They have to add that. Because before, you could kind of say, okay, there's these games which are happening. So you could look at the games, you could think, oh, I don't know whether I really fancy my team anymore in, like, you know, All-Star, for example, because there's some big hitting games which are happening. I actually think I'm just going to go in with the Challenger team into Challenger because I think my Challenger team is stronger in Challenger than it is in All-Star. At the moment, unless I'm missing it here, and tell me if I'm missing it, but when we click on Champion, we cannot see at a glance what are all the Champion games which are covered for this weekend under this tier. I can't see it. The way that you could see it, of course, is you'd have to go on to Sorare data and then do games potentially, then do game week 463, and then filter by you'd have to filter this by the, well, have they added this yet? I don't think even Sorare data have added it yet, have they? Well, because it's still showing the old SO5 leagues here. So you would need to have a filter here that you could group it by the new format tier. So then you can just, every game week, you can see these are the games which are happening for Champion. These are the games which are happening for Challenger, right? It's little things like that which are a little bit annoying because that was useful information that should really be here from the get-go. It's almost like you're building your teams and entering them into competitions a bit blind because you can't see what are the games which are happening in the game week. Hello to Wakey as well. You think I should put Luton in Division 4? Much higher reward percentage. So at the moment in Division 3, if we look at it, we can't see the number of entries in Division 3. Why? Do I have to refresh the page here? Okay, now we can see it. So, yeah, there's 804 entries, right? And there are only 100 prizes. That's tricky. I mean, technically, that's okay based on the number of entries, right? Pirek saying that we should look at Division 4 instead. I don't like this at all. I don't like that you can only see how many entries are in a division once you've entered a team. That is really crap. That's like a backward step. Because before we had it where you could see before entering how many lineups were entered. It's a really bizarre way to do it. And as I say, it's you're worse off in the new format on that. Look, I can't see how many people have entered Division 4 here, which is obviously why we've got someone that's done a spreadsheet, because it's not in the game. Very frustrating. Yeah. I mean, kudos to the guy that's done the spreadsheet. So you guys shared the link. It's this guy here, Bushrod on Twitch, who's put together this spreadsheet, which shows you the number of entries and it updates every 30 minutes. But I mean, it's great that he's done that, but it shouldn't be like that, really. This is a very good interim solution, but the game really needs to be able to show you from the off how many people are entering this here. Otherwise, you're entering competitions and you're entering them blind. You wouldn't really know how many people you're up against at the moment. You can see it on some competitions. Division 1 in-season limited, I can see it has 398 entries. Classic, I can't see. It's weird. Really? But do you have a lineup in Division 1 in-season limited football betting? Because you can only, from what I can see, you can only see it when you have a team entered. So look, where do I have a team entered? So if we go here, in Challenger, I have a team entered in Division 2. So when I click on it, I can now see there's 3,143, right? But if I wanted to put another team into Division 3, right, for Classic season, I think how many people have entered a team in Division 3 Classic season? I click on it, I can't see it. I can't see how many people have entered here. I can't see how many lineups are in here until I then put together some lineup, right? So if we just put in whoever here, right, just so we can prove it, do that, then press confirm. Right, now we've entered a lineup. It hasn't actually reflected it. But then if we refresh the page here, now it shows me. This is not good. This is so not good. They need to make it so that you can see without having to enter lineups, right? So at the moment, the best way to find that information is literally using the spreadsheet here. But look, I don't want to hate on Sorare because they've done great here by putting together this new format and by designing the layout. I think it's great, right? But I will just come back to the point I made earlier where stuff like this, right? This is a basic and quite important feature and information, which obviously when you're entering competitions, you'd like to know how many people are in that competition as well with you. And you should be able to see that before you enter a team in the game, because that is going to have a big impact and big influence on where you put your strong players and your strong teams, right? And if the only way that you can do it in the game at the moment is by just entering teams, so you can then, it then reveals the lineup. That's the type of thing that I find personally quite frustrating that Sorare do, because that is the type of thing that I'm telling you now, people who play the game and you ask them in testing, they will be able to tell you straight away, I can't see how many people are in this competition. Why can't I see how many people are in it? Because in the old format I could, and that's actually really important because that will help with my decision making. And then if they then said, well, you can see it, but you have to enter a lineup first, then someone in testing will say, no, it shouldn't be like that. It can't be like that. It has to be the other way. But I see the leaderboard first, and then I make a decision onto whether I go in it or not. So that's just a really frustrating thing with this type of update, is that the update's really good, but those are the sort of things that like blow my mind really, because Sorare, if they already don't know that it should be like that, then when they do testing, the people should be telling them, do you know that we need to see that information? So when you roll it out, that 100% should be very clear and very available for people to see. It shouldn't really require, even though it's amazing that he's done it, so a big shout out to Bush Rod, but it shouldn't really require someone in the community to fix that with a spreadsheet, because that is a kind of a given that it should really be in the game. Hopefully we get that fixed soon. I thought they said as well, though, I mean, the funny thing is that they said the number of lineups registered in the same division as your team. So you can see that, but you need to be able to see the number of lineups that are registered in a division, even if you don't have a team registered. That's the point. So I need to be able to see how many are in season Team B in Division 4. Because if I see that there's like 50,000 in there, I'm going to be like, wow, okay, I don't need to register a team in season Team B for Division 4, because that's really crowded. It looks really competitive. I'm going to give that one a miss, right? But then maybe what I do is then I can see that Division 5 in the in-season of Challenger then maybe only has like 10,000. And I'm like, cool, I'll skip Division 4, even though I could enter it, but there's 50,000 in there, and I can see, even without registering a team, that there's like 10,000 in Division 5. I fancy my odds better there. I'm going to enter a team in there. Even now, when I refresh, it doesn't show up. It's vital information that people must have. Yeah, it really is. Hopefully they fix that really soon. Because they've done a great job here. They really have. You know, it's fantastic. It looks good. I know some people don't really like the look of it. I have seen some feedback that some people find it a little bit more clunkier, or there's more clicks that they have to do, which are kind of, I kind of understand that to an extent, but I think when you start getting used to this on a weekly basis, you'll just immediately then know with very few clicks where you need to go and how you enter your lineups, right? I just think there's a little bit of a learning curve with this format, but it doesn't really help when Sorare hide information, or they don't put the information in the UI that is important. I really want us to get the promotion relegation, but for sure, also just being able to see, you know what it could be as well. I think it's a really easy fix, right? What they could do is they could actually have, or maybe that's why they're not doing it. I was going to say what they could have, you know, like we just talked about, almost you need a page here, like an overview page, where you click on the overview page and it shows you in order from, in like descending order, it shows you the division in what competition has the highest amount of entries in it. And then it shows you information on the prize pool as well. And then the next one on the list shows you the second highest entries, the third one, the fourth, and so on and so on. They almost need to have a page like that where you can just you can see all the information in one area, rather than like even now, I'm thinking, okay, maybe if we could see already here how many entries have been entered into, say, Division 3 in season of Challenger, and we could see how many have been entered into Division 2 Classic season, right? It still is going to mean that we'd have to then click on others or open up other divisions to see them. We can't see them all in one area. So maybe that's another bit of feedback we need to give Sorare too, is that just have one page where everybody can also see like the number of entries per division, and then they can see it sorted automatically from the highest amount of entries down to the lowest amount of entries. So then if you were really curious, you could scroll down to the bottom of that page and you could see what is the one competition that has the lowest amount of entries in it. And then you could also compare it to the column next to it in the table or whatnot that would then show you how many prizes are on offer there. So then actually that would kind of play into a lot of people's strategy where they could look through that list, right? And they could see that, oh, okay, there's like right at the bottom, there's a competition that only has like 20 people in it, but there's like 4,000 or 400 rewards in there. So it's like hugely underpopulated. There's a great chance to win something in there because the rewards versus the entrants are so high. Hello to Scuds as well. My issue with that is that if we, as experienced players, need a learning curve, how does a rivals player cross over easily? Yeah, I agree. I have to say, though, I think that this is still, well, I do think this is easier, more user-friendly to figure out than what we had before, where it was just kind of like one page of just line up areas and then just the competitions. And it was like, what does that mean? I think at least at the moment, this does kind of show on the left that there is a hierarchy here where the Premier League is kind of considered to be one of the pinnacle marquee competitions. It's at the top, along with Champion, then Challenger second, then Contender. And then within it, you've then got kind of, divisions, so the highest to the lowest, right? Although, to be fair, that's a little bit weird because it's not actually an order. But what is the order of this actually? It is done, isn't it? It isn't done here because we have... Oh, it is done, yeah. It's done in order, but it's done in order via the in-season. So in-season Division 2, in-season 2, 3, Classic 2, 3, a rare. Just a little bit weird how it kind of breaks it up like that. Because then you've got Division 3 in-season, which is underneath here, and that technically probably should be underneath the Team A, no? I mean, that's a very small thing to pick up, but I think there could probably be less confusion when you're looking at the contenders or just you're looking at the divisions, right? And the tiers, and you're seeing that there's a 3 here, there's a 2 below it, then there's like a 3 here, 4. Just a little bit easier if they segmented them smarter. Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is the frustrating thing, right? Because this is actually a great, I think this is a good format and I like the layout. I think it's just really frustrating when there's information that we were using in the game, which you'd like to think Sorare would know is like important, valuable information. So it's a feature or it's a function in the game that you don't hide and you don't remove because your users need it and they should need it because it's important for them to play the competitions, right? I think that's just a frustrating thing is that we often see with a new change like this, which is largely very positive, we then see, as I say, these things which don't make sense at all. And it worries me because it makes me think they are playing their game. So Sorare are playing the game now, yet for some reason they launched it with information like this that was missing that we now have, but you only see it if you enter a lineup. And I think, if someone who's experienced you talk to, as I say, will just immediately pick up on that and tell them that that absolutely cannot be the case because you do need to have that information. And that's the only thing that worries me is that if they are testing it with users and they're still then launching something where a user should be able to pick that up and say, look, that's missing, then they're either not talking to the right people or they are talking to the right people, but they're either not putting it in the game for the launch or they just think it's not important enough, but they can do it later. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully we get it this week where you can just see very easily in the game without having to use a spreadsheet. Hopefully you can just see it in the game how many entries there are in divisions. I think for the moment, what we're going to do, in Discord, the mod said they were told this last week. I don't understand how it takes more than a week to make this simple change. They probably were told this more than a week ago. One of the things, Sorare's very good at taking feedback. They're very good at receiving feedback, and they often want to get as much feedback as possible. The one thing that Sorare are not very good at is they are not very agile, and they're not very quick to respond to feedback. Now, that being said, we do have the in-season filter, which has been added like basically overnight, which technically is great. That should be the norm because that is an easy fix to add in. There's a lot of easy fixes, not just for this format, but also for rivals as well. Also for other areas like the marketplace and like functionality around trading that we still haven't seen any action on, and nobody really knows why. So I always say that Sorare's great at listening to the feedback, but they're very, very poor, in my opinion, at actioning the feedback in a timely manner. A very good example of that is actually on Rivals, where even like we're talking 6 months ago when they had feedback in the beta about things that were just completely wrong, that shouldn't be there, stuff that was missing, things that really from the off would make the game much better, much more engaging, much easier to play. They had that feedback during the beta and we still haven't seen it in the game. So yeah, they have to improve on it. They have to get much quicker. But overall, it's great. But it does worry me a little bit sometimes where I see stuff like what we're talking about that isn't missing. It is missing. And there's almost no reason for it to be missing. That's the thing. There's almost no reason. If you have 2 slots, say in Champ Team A, Div 2 and Team B, Div 3, what happens if you only enter one? Can you enter it in either, or will it automatically change to the highest div? It's actually a really good question, because I was, for a while, almost under the impression that when you enter a team, a lineup, it will automatically be the highest div, but it's not. You can choose whether you want to enter into like the highest division or if you want to just go into the lower division. So one of the things, it was a good point actually, one of the things that the guy said in the chat to me earlier was that rather than us entering Luton into Division 3 of the Premier League this weekend, when Luton are away to Tottenham, what I could potentially do is just enter it into Division 4 or Division 5, right? Because then I'm going to not get relegated, likely from Division 3. And then we then just enter Division 3 when we feel like Luton have a very favourable fixture. So actually, that was a really good point. And it's probably something I'm going to do now. So a good shout out to the guys there that mentioned that. There's a lot of good strategy around figuring out when you go into different divisions and whether you avoid them entirely so that you can avoid relegation, so that you then enter them when you have less of a chance of being relegated. Right, for now, we're going to take a quick break because I've been talking nonstop. And I think everyone just needs a little bit of a breather. So we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back in a minute. So don't go anywhere. Stay connected. We can also do some more free tip scout fund coupons as well. We need to do some more lineup building. So we need to figure out where we're going to enter certain teams because I might actually now change Luton and possibly play them in Div 4 or Div 5. So yeah, we're going to come back and we're going to do that in a second. So see you in 5, guys.
Welcome to the real world.
All right, guys, we're back. We are back. I was having a little think on the break about what you guys were saying around where you play your teams, and something that I hadn't really considered, which I think is a good thing to consider, is the way it works in Sorare in this new format is that if you have, say, a Division 3, Division 4, right, which we have for in-season here for our 2 out of our 3 teams, right, it then means that if we add a third team, it's going to go into Division 5. Now, what we could do is we could add a team into Division 5, not add the team into Division 3 or Division 4. And then what it means going forward is that we've then got that flexibility, right? Where we can weigh up each week whether we want to go Division 4, go Division 3, or stick in the bottom tier. Now, if we went into Division 4 this week in the Premier League, for example, and we got relegated, then we're going to go into Division 5. But then that means that we will have 1 slot for Division 3 and then 2 slots where we have 2 teams that are effectively going to be competing in Division 5. So maybe the way we do it is that we don't enter a team in Division 3. We don't enter a team into Division 4. We enter it into Division 5. And then we see how we get on this weekend, which is probably not going to be that good. And then next week, we can decide whether we want to risk our Division 4 ranking. But most likely we go Division 5 again. And then for the third game week, we do Division 3. So why don't we try that? But we take the team out of Division 3. We refresh the page here. And then if we register a new team, and then we register it as in season, we can then go into Division 5. Which, to be honest with you, I wasn't entirely sure whether it would work like that. Because when I read it, I was when we read it on the blog, I was almost under the impression that you can't get the Division 5 until you have entered a team in Division 3 and Division 4, right? But actually we can just choose, and we can choose to not do this, not do that, and then just do Division 5. If we done Division 4 and we got relegated this weekend, then as I say, it doesn't give us as much flexibility, because then what we would have is 2 Division 5 teams, and I want to have the option where we could get maybe 2 Division 3 teams, right? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay if Division 5 is highly populated, because our Luton Town team is away to Tottenham. So we almost just need to look at it this game week as our Luton Town team's not going to do that good. So why waste a division in a game week that's not going to be that good for your team? I think that's the way we need to look at it. And it's actually a good point, because that's what you guys were mentioning as well. So it doesn't matter really, I think, if Division 5 is super populated. We're not expecting to win anything good this week if we were in Division 3 or Division 4. All we're actually doing going into Division 3 or 4 is we're triggering a relegation when we don't need to, right? No, I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would throw them into Division 4 champion. The reason being, it's the same reason. So if we throw the team into Division 4, let me tell you what's going to happen, right? Yeah, to be fair to you, Audris, you did say it, but I didn't quite understand what you were saying. But what you said earlier, it does actually make very good sense to me now. That, yeah, why almost risk a high league standing when you don't need to? If you know that your team is going to do shit in a game week, just stick it in the lowest tier that you can, where you can't get relegated anymore. The only way is up. So even if they surprise you, you're then going to have a second or a third division that's going to be higher than the lower division. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more to think about, isn't it? It's not just an easy case of I'm in Division 3, so I'm going to play my players in Division 3. It's definitely not like that. So this is what we're going to do. Okay? There's a lot to go through, isn't there? This is what we're going to do, right? Let me run through the thinking here now that it's a little bit clearer for me, okay? This is what we're going to do. Let's type in Kaminsky here, okay? Right. This weekend, the next game for Luton is away against Tottenham. Now, we can be the idealist if we want to. We can be big thinking dreamers where we can dream that Luton are going to go to the Tottenham Stadium and they're going to beat them and cause a huge upset, right? We can think like that and we can stick them into Division 3. And then if they absolutely cause an upset, we're going to look like a mastermind of a manager because we then played a team that had a horrible fixture that was not expected to do well at all. If anything, they're probably expected to get hammered here. But we played them in Division 3 when they were expected to do terrible. They done great. And we then got promoted into Division 2 in that fixture. That is the idealist way to look at it, right? The realistic way to look at it is that Luton are going to do fucking shit this weekend. They're going to do bad, right? They're not going to score that good. And so the way we need to look at it is that we will enter a team in season for the Premier League competition, but we will not do it by risking our already pretty high division placement. Because I mentioned yesterday, I was really surprised that Luton, our players have been placed in Division 3. They're not a Division 3 type of team here. They're Division 4, Division 5 most game weeks, right? So we need to preserve our highest ranking by not playing them this weekend when they are going to get absolutely hammered. They're going to do terrible, right? What we're going to do is we're just going to accept that Luton are probably not going to realistically give us a game week winning score or a score that's good enough to give us promotion, right? And then what we're going to do, we're just going to throw them into Division 5. Okay? So we're going to throw them into Division 5, but they can't get relegated. But if they do really well, which I'm not expecting and nobody should really expect them to do really well, but if they do really well, then what it means is that next game week we have then 1 Division 3 and 2 Division 4s. So then our lowest competition that we can enter in is Division 4 rather than Division 5. So this is what we're going to do. So Doughty's got an injury. Let's throw Townsend in for now. In fact, we have Hatter in here at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really thinking about it like that. But when you guys mentioned it, it actually makes a lot of sense to bide our time and wait for the right moment to strike hard, which is going to be in the Bournemouth game. Okay. Doughty's at 95%. Let's throw him in for now. We can always change it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a very smart point from Audris, Renagris, and Calvert. So now what you can see is that we have an A, a B, and a C team. But basically, our A and our B team we're not going to use, so they will keep their positions in Division 3, Division 4, which means then that after this game week is done, we're either going to have still a Division 5, 3, and 4 ranking, or we're going to have 3, 4, and 4 for the in-season. Because maybe Luton surprise us and they get promoted. And then that's great because it then gives us 2 Division 4. So we then also don't mind if of course, we don't want to get relegated, but at least we know then that our minimum we're competing in is Division 4. Cool. We're not going to enter another team. So the only team in the Premier League in season is in Division 5. Yeah. Imagine if they do score 500 points now. Yeah. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. But you know what, though? It's the right thing to do. Yeah. And it's quite a cool thing to think about now, where you're having to decide when you go hard, not just with who you go hard and where you go hard, but now you're having to decide when you go hard. And this game week, with our Luton Town team, this is not a game week where we should be going hard. So because we are not going to go hard, we're basically going to throw them into Division 5, and we don't care if they don't win anything, right? This is the point. We're not expecting them to win anything. So that's why we're going to throw them in Division 5. And that is much better, because if we threw them in Division 3 or Division 4 and we didn't expect them to do well, which we don't, and we expect them to do so badly, they'll fall in the relegation zone, then they will drop down. And then we'll be like, why did we play them in there actually when we thought they weren't going to do that good anyway? So, you're always going hard on the FTS streams. Love it. So Premier League is done, right? Champion, we don't need to do anything at all. Although, I guess there is an argument here that we could throw some absolute backup players in a Division 5 in-season champion. Now, it's not like they're going to do anything, right? But we also don't lose anything by playing them in Division 5. Yeah, we've got nothing to lose by throwing them in Division 5. It just means that we protect our Division 3 and Division 4 in the in-season. We could do the same in the classic season, but I don't want to be using in-season cards to be winning in-season cards, right? I'm happy to win in-season cards, but I want to do it using classic cards, really. You can do it with in-season, of course, but I think if you have in-season, you probably need to be trying to play them as much as you can to win the cash rather than to win in-season. That's my preference anyway. So what we'll do in Champion now, I wasn't expecting to do this. I certainly wasn't planning on doing this at all, is that we just avoid Division 3, Division 4 for the in-season. We don't enter anything. And by not entering teams in those, we're not going to lose our ranking. We're not going to drop down. We're just going to remain in those divisions. And then what we're going to do, we're going to add a Division 5 in-season team with a DNP goalkeeper of Kroll, who can be the one classic card that we can use in here, right? Yeah. And then what we can do is then play like Hashioka, Jordan Clark, Corley Woodrow, because it sounds like Ogben is injured. So Woodrow for now. And we'd want to play Ogben in the main team anyway if he's fit. And then we play Kabor. And we do that. Yeah, you're right. It's the throwaway division, isn't it? It is the throwaway division. Yeah. If you think your team is going to do shocking and you don't want to risk your league ranking, your division ranking, then just put that team out, but put them in Division 5. So now we have our C teams in Division 5, in the Premier League in season, and also in the Champion in season. And if we really wanted to, we could add a classic team into Division 5 as well for the Luton Town players. But, you know, there's no harm in doing it. It would just be a case of, well, it would be a little bit pointless, really. So like here, for example, if we registered a new team, we could register a team in the classic season, but in Division 5 here, and then just throw James Shear in. Ivan or Debts we could throw in as well, I guess, right? Luke Berry is playing more now. So the rest of these, well, we could play Luke Berry or Chong. Probably we need to play both, actually. So we could play Chong. And then look, we then kind of have Adebayo, Ogben, Brown. Let's put Ogben in for now. And then we put like Luke Berry in there. So it's a team that's not going to do that good, right? But at least they're in there. So now in Champion, we have a chance of winning. Not that we will, but we do have in the classic season here, we have a chance of winning a Champion in-season card. There's possibly a better argument here, though, that rather than do it in, well, as I say, rather than doing it in the Champion, we could just do it in the Premier League so that we can then try and win a Premier League in season. The problem is that not that it's going to win anything anyway, but at least we've got Ivan Audets that we can use in Champion, and he is the type of player that can hit a big score. So yeah, I think if I didn't have Ivan Audets, then I would probably do like a pure Luton Town team there. Thank you to Tim for the sub, man. Massively appreciate that. And by being a sub, you are now going to be able to enjoy the stream ad-free, and you'll also be able to join giveaways that we do just from being a subscriber to the channel. Big Tip Scout, can you give your opinion? Where would you play Chelsea stack this game week? I am Div 2 and 3. Who do Chelsea have? That's the first question I've got. And are they playing at home? Burnley at home. Wow. That's good. I'd hit Division 2 for that. Yeah, I'd hit Division 2 for that. If you can't play Chelsea at home against Burnley in Division 2, then when can you? Then what are we doing? So I'd be doing Division 2, yeah. And I'd be doing Division 2 if you can. I'd probably be looking at doing it in the Prem special. Because that is probably one of those Premier League fixtures where Chelsea could run riot on them. Yeah. Like Burnley have improved a little bit, but Chelsea, come on. I mean, Chelsea at home, they should do good there. They've got enough to get past them. Okay. So we are slowly figuring out what we think is some of the good strategies to do in the new format. So deliberately targeting Division 5 when you know or you think your team is going to do terrible sounds like a sound strategy to do. And then just when they then have a really good fixture and a really good opponent, then looking to use that team in a higher division or the highest division that you've got to then try and get promoted in that one game week. One of the things that I mentioned yesterday, which probably would not be well received by the community, so I hope that they don't look at doing that. But I also think there is a potential where Sorare could look at doing it in the future, but I really hope that they don't, is that right now we can kind of pick and choose whether we go into a low division or a high division, right? We don't have any obligation to play the high division because we played the high division last week, right? And one of the things I think this is good at the moment, the way it works. And I think you can tell that we're having to think about it quite hard and try and really put strategy together to think about where we target our teams, right? What I kind of wouldn't want to see in the future would be Sorare to add some kind of a restriction on where and when you can play your team. So, for example, if you didn't play in the highest division that you are able to for 3 consecutive game weeks, then you would automatically lose the higher division. I do fear that something like that could happen, because then it would mean that Sorare would be almost forcing users, managers, to make sure that they continually play in the highest divisions. So maybe they continually spend so that they can remain competitive consistently so that they don't just think, okay, I'm going to skip that because I've already got that. There's no reason for me to kind of go out and spend to keep having a good team in Division 3. I've already secured it. But then I have to, because if I don't, I might lose my position. I really hope that we don't see that, because I think the way we've got it at the moment is quite cool. But I've got to be honest as well, it's also a little bit weird that even though I can compete in Division 3, I'm choosing not to. You know, like it's weird. I understand it because we can choose where we go depending on how strong or confident we feel in a game week. It just seems a bit strange that you could potentially have a Division 3 or Division 2 or Division 1 ranking, right? A position. But then you could go the whole season where you don't enter a team into Division 1 at all, yet others will want to be playing in Division 1, but you have a slot in Division 1 that you're not using. So, yeah, I hope we don't see that, because I quite like it, having the flexibility and the option to choose that I don't feel so confident, so don't force me to go into the high division because I don't want to. I don't want to do it. I don't feel confident. It's also a little bit weird for me that we have a high division, but we have no obligation to play it. From August, you get relegated from a division if you don't enter a team. Is it? Did they say that? I don't remember that. If they did, then yeah, that's cool in a way. It's cool, but it's also not, because obviously at the moment it's quite nice to not be able to play. But as I say, it's also a bit weird that we have a Division 3, but we can choose not to play it. Thank you, by the way, Fred, for that, because I couldn't remember that was something that they mentioned. So yeah, apparently they mentioned that. It will be interesting, because that's the sort of thing that I think if they did add it in, then a lot of people would actually say, okay, it kind of makes sense, right? Because, you know, I'm in Division 3. If you don't use it, then you lose it, kind of thing. So it's an incentive for you to make sure that you constantly keep your teams strong. Because the problem here, right? This is like the problem, right? This is almost a loophole here, is that realistically what I should be thinking is that I don't have a good enough team to keep my ranking in Division 3, right? And because I don't have a good enough team this game week to keep my ranking in Division 3, I should be thinking, how can I make my team better so that I can then compete more stronger in this game week to keep that ranking in Division 3? What I'm doing instead is I'm thinking, I don't have a good team and I don't have a good fixture this game week. But because I don't, I'm just going to almost run away from the challenge. But because I run away from the challenge, right, and I don't commit my team into Division 3, it's safe for me because I still keep my Division 3 ranking. And it actually helps Sorare. It serves Sorare, and it probably keeps the game more competitive when you have it, when you will lose your ranking if you don't enter a team. Because then it is going to force people to think, shit, they'll look ahead and they'll think, my team's really not good in 2 weeks' time. So I need to start bringing in some improvements so that I can keep that ranking in that game week, rather than looking at it and thinking, it's cool, I'm not going to have a good game week potentially there, but I don't have to do anything because I still get to keep my ranking. So yeah, I think if they do that, then I probably wouldn't have too much of a problem with it. I mean, I don't know. What would you guys prefer? Those are my thoughts on it. I like it how it is right now, but I actually also think it also doesn't make sense in many ways, right? And I also quite like the other way where if you don't enter a team, you get relegated. So there's an incentive there to keep your team always very competitive every game week so that you can ensure that you keep your high position, your high division. But then I also can see the negative on that's then going to mean that you're going to have to spend more money in the game just to keep your ranking every week. And some managers are not going to like that, right? What would you guys like or prefer? Do you prefer it the way it is right now, where you can choose to just completely ignore your high division and just go in a completely low division when you have a game week that looks like your team's going to bomb? Or do you actually prefer it that there should be, and if it comes into the game in August, that if you don't enter your team into the highest possible division, then you lose that ranking, you drop down, you get relegated? Hello to Crunch. Do you have a link or video where anyone explains this mode in detail so I can make good decisions for lineups? I haven't done one myself. We've just been covering on the streams for now. Wakey thinks that you should have to play strongest team in the top league, but hard to control that. Well, probably easy to control though, no? Because like if you have a Division 3 or a Division 1 available to you, and then the game just sees that you don't register a team for that game week in Division 1 when you could have. So if you had enough players to put out and you didn't do it, then you just drop, right? I think the thing with that is that, let's say that even if you had 5 players that you could put out for Division 1 that all had games, then of course they might not all have the very good games, right? But I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, right? I kind of don't mind it if it ended up changing into that. I said earlier that I probably wouldn't like it, but the more I think about it, I don't think I would mind it, because I think it would keep me on my toes, right? Every game week thinking, I can't sit back and think, okay, I can just throw them into lowly Division 5 and still keep my high ranking. It would make me think, shit, like, I have a potential here where if I don't improve my team, I'm going to lose that really high division that I've worked my way up to. So I need to either trade some players in or out, or I need to go and buy some players. I think if anything, that kind of system could actually stimulate the secondary market more. Because right now, for example, I don't have a need to go out and improve this team. I can just stick them in Division 5 and know that next week I still have my Division 3 ranking, right? But if it wasn't that case, if it was a case that I need to enter Division 3 with this team or I lose the ranking, you can bet for sure that I would then be looking at my Luton Town team this game week and I'll be thinking, I don't trust them to stay up in Division 3. So I need to go out and get some reinforcements. And to be honest with you, that's how it is in the real world of football, right? You've got real world clubs that are battling relegation, and if they don't feel with the players they've got that they're good enough to save them from relegation, they go out and they go and bring some players in, right? So that they have a better chance of keeping that position in that division. They don't sit back and think, that's fine, or I don't need to reinforce the team because we're going to keep the ranking. We're going to keep our division status. Obviously, it doesn't work like that because it's a season thing. So the more I talk about it, I think the more I actually quite like that alternative where if you don't use your position in that division, then you're going to lose it. And I'm saying that knowing that that would mean spending more, but it would also mean being more active in the transfer market, in the secondary market, which I think can only be a good thing because we all know that the secondary market's been a bit of a pain for the last year. So I think if it meant that the secondary market had more liquidity, more demand, then I'm all for that. Because I can actually see this slightly being a situation where, as I've just done, and maybe as others start to play and get used to it, they just think, I don't need to push the team here. I don't need to bring in anyone. I don't need to make any trades. And then I can just bide my time and wait for the good fixture. So I don't need to spend any more money in the game. I don't need to do anything, you know? Then every other week you could win that div and then put shit team back in the dev in that div and get relegated again. Where's that? I might have missed that. Okay, yeah, you're answering for... but you could enter top div with crap team and put best team in div 5. You could keep yo-yoing up and down the leagues by getting relegated once every 2 weeks. Yeah. You could. What you mean in the new format? As in like the alternative format, Wakey, or in the current system? Because right now, obviously in the current system, you can actually do it so you can probably avoid relegation when you should get relegated. I think that's what I'm seeing here, is that technically my Premier League Luton Town team, let's bring it up. This one here, technically this team should get relegated from Division 3 in this game week. But we can kind of circumvent that by throwing them in the low division for this game week and then the next game week, and then basically waiting for the really good fixture. Then hopefully they do really well in that really good fixture. We throw them into Division 3 in that fixture. They get promoted into Division 2. And then we just avoid Division 2 again until we have another good fixture. So we could potentially have a team actually that isn't really worthy of being in Division 1, but we've got them up into Division 1, arguably because we've been smart, right? Because we've played them at the right times in the right divisions, which is a strategy in its own self. It's also, we'd also have them in Division 1 and we wouldn't be able to keep them in Division 1, most likely, unless we then waited for the right game weeks to then play in Division 1. One of the ways that I thought this was going to work is that, and this is how I actually thought it was going to work, is that when they talked about divisions, I thought that if you were going to play your first lineup, you have to play your first lineup in the highest division. But then after that, you can then choose to play in any division below it. But it's not like that. No relegation till August, right? What? Well, there is relegation, no? There is, no? It's not no relegation till August. Let's bring it up. We've been talking about promotion relegation for a long time now. We might as well bring it up, right? Let's have a look at this one. Okay. Because they released all the information, didn't they? Around the percentages here. Let's have a little look. Let's just recap on it here. So the one thing they've said is that not submitting a lineup during the transition phase does not lead to relegation. However, a team invalidated due to a card listing will be relegated. So that's fine. And then, yeah, there's promotion and relegation, right? Yeah, at the end of a game week, each of your teams get promoted or relegated. And then, if you submit your second, here we go. If you submit a second team, so this is why I interpreted it differently, right? Is because it says here, on March the 29th, your first team will be placed in a division based on your gallery strength, right? Okay. So you could be placed up into Division 1. Okay. And it says if you submit a second team, it will compete in the division directly below it, the first one, which is fine. And then if you submit a third one, it will compete in the lowest existing division. So almost the way that I was interpreting that is that when you do enter your first lineup in a game week, it has to be in the highest division. But it doesn't, right? We can see it doesn't. But that's how I interpreted it when I first read this here. And it says here is a breakdown of the promotion and the relegation, which this information needs to be in the game. So Division 5, there's no relegation, but the top 50% get promoted. And we were thinking about playing Division 3 with our Luton Town team. And so the top 25%, the bottom 25% in Division 3 get relegated. The top 30% get promoted. Which is why we were thinking, let's not do that, because our team could actually finish in the bottom 25% there. And look, when you think about it, only need to finish in the top 50% to get promoted from Division 5. We've got a way bigger chance of being promoted than we by playing them in Division 5 compared to if we play them in Division 3. I actually think that we have a much bigger chance to be relegated. That's what I'm going to do then. Keep yo-yoing and hopefully winning the lesser div. But you could put any players in the first team. So I want to try and understand what's going on in the chat here. I could put my Liverpool team in the lower league as have hard fixture and a Brighton team in the top div because of the fixtures. Who decides which is my strongest team that week? Well, you do, right? You do. So at the moment in the current format, you're basically saying, I think that team has a stronger chance of doing better than the other one. So I'm going to play my stronger team, or the team that I think has the stronger chance in the higher division. Even if the Liverpool team on paper is much stronger, but they just have a really horrible fixture. So I'm just going to play them lower, right? But yeah, you decide. So the game's not deciding for you. The game did decide on where you placed in a division based on your gallery strength for the specific competition, but then every week you decide. So that's kind of what we're talking about. It's like, it's kind of cool that you can decide because it gives you that flexibility and it gives you that strategy where technically you could take like a really poor team from Division 5 or Division 4, the low levels, you could take them all the way up to Division 1, but not because they are consistently very, very strong, but just because you target them in the higher divisions that you have already when the right fixture turns up. And honestly, that could be like praise, because you could say that manager has been smart to play his players in the stronger, higher divisions when it was the right time to do so. But then they've just basically avoided the big fights, right? Where they could have got relegated, because they've then played that team in like the low divisions so they could still maintain their high division rank. And I think that's probably the exploit here a little bit, right? Exactly. So the following week, I could play my Liverpool stack in the lowest div because I want to win that lower div that week. Exactly. Yeah. And I'm saying it's wrong. I think, but I know. I mean, so I'll try and take advantage. Yeah. Exactly. I know what you're saying. That's kind of what I'm now starting to realize with this here, is that you can game it. You can game this a little bit. It's not an exploit because it is allowed in the game. So at the moment, it's just a way of being smart with your team. So as Wakey said, Wakey could basically just play his Liverpool stack in the lowest possible division when Liverpool one game week have Man City away, and Liverpool have like loads of injuries as well. Like they have to basically put out half a B team and half an A team. He doesn't have to risk his high division ranking because he can just think, you know what? I can keep that. That's banked. I can play it in the low division. It's still a very strong team. It's Liverpool. I don't think they're strong enough to risk them in the high division because they could get relegated. But if I play them in the low division, they could actually still maybe surprise me and win with a Liverpool team, right? But then when a good fixture comes around, I'm then going to hit with that same team. I'm going to be hitting them in the high divisions so that then I can just jump up every now and then. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. It's an interesting division system because of the multi-entry, right? If there wasn't multi-entry, then let's say you could only enter one team, then if my best ranking would be Division 3, right? And so that would be the true way to do the division ranking, where multi-entry means that you get one positional ranking. So forget that I have Division 4 and Division 5. You can only enter one team, right? As we had in the old format. You can only enter one team per competition. That would mean that we would then have a true divisional structure of promotion and relegation, because then I can't choose where I go. I have to play Division 3. Even if it's a really shit game week for me, I have to play it. And then I have to think, well, I don't have a good team here, so I'm at risk of getting relegated here if I don't improve the team. And then if I don't improve the team and I play that team, I get relegated, most likely. If I don't have a good fixture and I don't play the team, then I don't get relegated. And then I can just pick and choose when I want to play it, right? So I think it does need to be changed. I mean, the multi-entry is going to remain, I think. But because they've got multi-entry, it does technically mean that, as Wakey says, there's not almost a true divisional, a true natural divisional system. Because you are able to pick and choose when you play the team and then pick and choose where you play it. So your really high level guys, you can play in the low divisions and smash it there if you fancy it. Or you can kind of play it in the higher ones. Obviously, the thing is that the low divisions have way worse rewards, right? So I think you still probably only want to be playing the low divisions when you feel like you want to play the team, but you don't feel confident that it can keep its position in the division, and you don't like in your highest division. Because if you play in your highest division, when you're not feeling confident that it can do that well, and you then get relegated, that's going to suck because you could have just played them in Div 5 and then probably actually that team would have been strong enough to maybe smash it in Div 5, but it wouldn't have been strong enough to stay up in Div 3 or Div 2, for example. I'll be honest with you. I think I would have preferred it if it was a single entry format division, even if it meant that I could get relegated more than I would like. Because I think if you had it like that, then what it would mean is that the teams that are in Div 1 would then most likely deserve to be in Div 1. And then the teams that are in Div 2, Div 3 would also be deserving of Div 2, Div 3. At the moment, as we've shown, you could kind of exploit it so that you could have like a really poor team, technically. You could pick and choose when you play them in the highest div possible. And if you got lucky enough that in the game weeks that you played them in your highest possible div, they ended up doing so well that they got you relegated. But technically, then you just don't play that team again in that div until another good fixture comes around. You could just basically leapfrog all the way up to number 1 when you really don't have the team that's worthy of it. If you had a 1 entry system, then it would be a true division structure where then there's no getting around from it. If you don't play it, sure, you maybe keep your ranking for the time being. But when you do play, and most of the time you will want to play, because of course you've invested in the cards, right? If you do play it, you're always at risk of actually getting relegated or promoted. Okay. Only to August, when you're not playing, will get you relegated. Yeah, that's what we're saying, yeah. Well, I think that's the danger, isn't it, Wakey? Because when they announced this here, a lot of people were saying that the Wales could basically pick and choose the divisions that they throw their teams in. And so what you could have is that Wales could essentially dominate at every division. Because even the Wales, for example, can enter a team into Division 5. Even if you've got a Wale that has a Division 1 ranking, they will then have a Division 2 ranking, but then they could go into Division 5, so they can enter their really strong teams into Division 1 and 2, and then basically just enter still a really strong team into Division 5 that will then dominate, win Division 5, and then they can then pick and choose whether they do Division 5 again with that C team, or whether they decide to dominate Division 4. No. Actually, the opposite. Yeah. I think, Wakey, I think if they had done it so that there was no multiple entries, right, then you could have had a situation or a system where just with really good scouting and really smart pickups, you could have taken a really budget team quite far, and your scouting knowledge and your research and your fantasy football or your football knowledge could then really pay off for you. But the way it's been done with the multi-entry and also no obligation at the moment that you have to play in your highest division. So it's the combination of the two, right? It kind of then means that, yeah, you can get big accounts that can dominate all throughout the divisions. I mean, to be honest, most of the big whale accounts will probably be focusing their best teams of course, in the high divisions. But if you're a whale and you've got like a ridiculous gallery on Sorare, you can probably still put out a team in Division 5 that could be a stupid team for Division 5, right? Completely stupid, that would almost have no right to be there, and that could just absolutely dominate the podiums in there. And then there's no obligation for you to not play Division 5. You could then do the same thing again in a different competition. Or you could then just deliberately get relegated if you wanted to then dominate Division 5 again. But of course, the rewards get better as you go up. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the argument is that there wouldn't really be... The argument is that there wouldn't really be an incentive for a whale or a strong manager to deliberately get relegated, because as you go up in the divisions, the rewards get better and better and better. So I think that's Sorare's rationale for how there wouldn't deliberately be people trying to get relegated. But I actually think there will be that from time to time, because if you think about it, and we had a little look at the prize pool as well. Let's go and have a little look at it quickly whilst we're talking about this here. Okay, so why don't we take... do we take this as an example? I don't know if we take this as an example. Okay, so let's just take this as an example where you've got a whale, and that whale can enter Division 1, okay? Based on their gallery strength, that is the highest division that they can enter, Division 1, right? That then means that they also get Division 2 because they can play in the division below their highest one. And then the third division that they can play in will be Division 4, because even based on their gallery strength, they are not... Everyone has to play the lowest possible division with their third team. So even a whale who would be thinking, okay, you place me in Division 1, I can then, of course, play Division 2. I want to play Division 3 based on my strength. They won't be able to initially. They will have to play Division 4. So what you could have is that team, the C team, let's call it, the C team could do well in Division 4. They could get promoted into Division 3. Then in the game week that they're in Division 3, they could think, okay, I've got some tricky fixtures coming up here. Why don't, rather than me trying to put a decent team out here to stay in Division 3, I get relegated so I can try and dominate in the top 3 here. Because the top 3 positions pay out a lot. So if you was like in Division 3, but you didn't really feel like you were able, or you felt like it was in your interest to be staying in here because you're not able to get the top podiums, then you could just drop down, and then you could just try and sweep up the podiums in Division 4, which are then quite attractive based on like finishing outside the top 3 here. On that example, they could be top 5 in Division 1, but get more if they win Division 2. Well, they would get more if they won Division 2 if they placed less than third, right? So if they finish third, they get the same. But yeah, I get what you're saying. If like they were in Division 1 and they just thought, you know what, like it's easier for me looking at the fixtures if I just think, okay, maybe I drop down so I can then just dominate the $800 here, because in that game week I probably won't be able to get more than $800. I'm pretty sure I can win the $800 here. I would try to avoid the lowest divisions this week if you can. The competition there will be insane, says FIFA. I think the great thing with the low divisions, though, is that the fact you only need to finish in the top 50% to get promoted. I think that's actually pretty good. So unless you have an absolutely shocking game week of DMPs and terrible scorers with negative decisives, you should have a very good chance of at least getting promoted, right? So if you're in Division 5, then maybe it's probably not going to be a good division for you to win rewards, but it shouldn't be the division anyway to win rewards in. It's just if you're in Division 5, it's probably quite a good division, especially if you're doing multi-entry. It's just a very good division to bump you up because it shouldn't be too hard to get into the top 50%, really. Yeah. But I think this is what we're talking about. You're right, is that if you are a complete budget manager and you are placed in Division 5, you know that your only chance to start winning rewards realistically would be to try and win the mid-range rewards, right? Or just try and get promoted. I think initially it's going to be difficult because, as you say, the Wales will be entering 3 teams per competition, and their third team has to go into the lowest division. So until those Wales start to get promoted up, probably the initial couple of weeks are going to be really brutal for budget or low-level managers because the Wales, you're going to be swimming with Wales in there initially, but then hopefully most of those whale teams will just move up so that then what we'll have is that the Wales will have, like, say, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, possibly, type teams, right? And then over time, there'll be fewer and fewer Wales that will be swimming in Division 5. But I think if the maximum that you can enter is Division 5, then it's going to be pretty difficult initially. And to be honest with you, this is my honest take on it, right? I think if you are a budget manager and you want to play this new format, it's probably not worth you doing Division 5 for the first month or so, right? It's probably not worth it. A better way to do it would be actually just to continue playing the legacy competitions for the first month, and especially the likes of the Cap 240s and the Cap 220s. Just let all the Wales dominate on the lower divisions for the first month or so. Then they will clear out mainly. There'll still be a few sniffing around, but then mainly those really big, strong teams, which you just have no way to compete against, right? A lot of those will then have left Division 5. And then maybe in a month's time, you can start to have more realistic chances of winning stuff in there. But if you are an actual budget manager or you're a manager that doesn't have a super strong gallery, then I think still targeting the legacy cap modes is the way to go, because not only are they on limited time anyway, they're going to be going, so make the use of them. But Cap 220 for me still remains an incredibly good competition for budget managers. And a great proof of that is the fact that I am actually a budget kind of gallery. A lot of my managers are a lot of my players are budget, right? And I won 2 rewards on the weekend from Cap 220 Limited and Cap 220 Rare. So I still feel that the cap modes are probably going to be the better route to target rather than Division 5 initially. That's my honest take on it. I never talked about Sorare this much on a random Wednesday. There's a lot to talk about, isn't it? It's been quite cool. Can you still play a limited goalkeeper in 220 Rare? That's actually a good point. You can, yeah, you can. Because we've got, look here, 220. We've already got our limited goalkeeper, yeah. You can't play you can't play like a rare in like you can only play like okay, scrap that. Obviously limited, you can play in Cap 220 rare, you can play higher up, right? But in Cap 220 limited, you can't play the commons. So that's the big change they made in 220. You can play the limited in rare. Yeah. They mentioned it in the blog as well. But yeah, the blogs were so big that it's difficult, isn't it, to remember everything from the blogs because it was like information overload. But yeah, they said that when they were removing the commons, you would no longer be allowed to play commons in 220, but that would not affect you being able to play limiteds in 220 rare, which is great because if they had changed that where you couldn't play limiteds in 220 rare, then I'd be screwed because 220 rare is the competition where we have a great deal of success in this competition. Yeah, good question, FBL. Good question. Where are we entering the Tigres stack? I will look to avoid that div. We need to fix it, I think. I'm glad you mentioned it because initially we have it in contender. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that I want to. Well, here's the thing. They are going up against a team which are bottom. They are bottom of the league and they're really, really bad. So technically, we've got a really good fixture where we could go hard in Division 2 of Contender, which could then potentially get us a promotion into Division 1. The only thing that is making me reluctant to maybe play this in Contender is that the prize pool's not that great. I mean, it's okay, but you have to finish in the top 280, which in Contender's difficult. Because remember, Contender has like so many competitions. And that means that getting in the top 280, I just don't think that this is a team, even with a really good fixture, I just don't think that this is a team that is going to get into the 280. So what I'm thinking is that what I could do is take them out of Contender and just play them in All-Star. I mean, I don't think that we're going to get relegated from Division 2 if we play this here, right? So that's not really the issue here. I think we should stay in Division 2, I think, with the fixture. Look, in order for us to get relegated, we'd have to be in the bottom 30%. I don't think we're going to finish in the bottom 30%. However, I don't actually know that top 25% to get promoted. I'm not so sure. Do you think Contender's better than All-Star? I mean, what do you guys think I should do here? Let me put this out to the chat, okay? Do you guys think that I should play the Tigres stack who are going up against a team who are bottom of Liga MX, right? They're shocking. They lose all their games. They've only won one. I think we had them up, but I've closed it down. They're really poor. Now, they are at home, so Tigres are away. But do you guys think that I should play this in Contender with this fixture, Division 2, to try and get promoted into Division 1 and hopefully win rewards as well, good rewards? Or do we just try and go into All-Star here where there's no promotion or relegation, but there's a huge potential prize pool on offer, cash and also a card, and there's just a hell of a lot more places that it's paying out? I think my worry here is that I have a good fixture and a team that could potentially smash them, but it still might not be enough to finish in the top 250. And then I'll be looking at it and thinking, why did I not just enter it into All-Star? Because then I could have probably got into the top 1,000 and got something out of it. So I don't know. What do you guys reckon? Contender or Global All-Star for my Tigres stack here? And what we'll do as well, we might as well have a look at Game Week 463 in the matchups to see if it's placed high at all. I would kind of expect it to be placed. Look at this here, look. That's a little bit of a problem. That's a little bit concerning. I need to remind myself again of where the tiers, like what falls into the tiers, right? I mean, that was it up there, but it was a little bit small. Let's go back up though, see if we can like make it out. It's actually in the better one. The better one is here, isn't it? Oh, so messy having to dive through all the this one here. No, not prize pool, sorry. There, here it was, here. This one. This is the problem with having here we go, this is what I want to see. This is almost a problem with having so many, so much information across so many blog posts, is that it's difficult to keep track of it. Okay. So obviously one of the worries is the Celtic boys, right? So Celtic fall within contender. So do Rijeka. So do Rangers, of course, right? I mean, luckily the Portuguese league doesn't, because that falls into Challenger. If the Portuguese league fell into contenders, then it'd be so difficult, and it'd probably put me off entering the team into contender, but luckily they don't. Free tip scout, I have the Tigres semi-stack. Only difference is I have Joe Hart as the goalkeeper. Yeah. But the thing is with the contenders is that the contenders' top reward, I don't even think is that top. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong here. Like the rewards here, 2,250 is the total prize pool in contender like Division 2. But the top that you can win is $200, okay? And be realistic, I don't think I'm going to win a podium place here. So I think in order for me to win something that I think would be worth winning, would probably need to be here, getting into the top 50 to win like $8 or more, right? Ideally here, but that's top 20. That's top 20 in contenders where there are so many leagues there's so many leagues that happen. We've also got the Elite Syrian, but does the whole of the Elite Syrian fall into this game week? It's not, is it? No, it's not. There's a lot of it though. You've got freaking Bodo Glimt that falls into this game week, no? You've got Bodo Glimt playing on the 1st against Fredrikstad. You've got Mold playing. You've got Rosenborg playing. I think we need to reconsider this here. I think this is already going to be tricky. to get into the top 280 when you've got those types of teams with their season starting. Because that's the big thing with Contender, is that there are so many different leagues here. But to be honest with you, if you've got Bodo Glimt players, or if there's any Bodo Glimt players that are in a lineup in Contender, they're probably going to smash it. Same for Celtic players, same for the Rijeka players there. Like Austria, for example, there's some good matchups in Austria this weekend. Now, you could argue that if you go into All-Star, you're also going to be effectively vulnerable to the same leagues, because there's all leagues then in All-Star, right? But the problem here is that Contender already has a ton of leagues in here and very strong teams in here that have good fixtures. And the problem is that there is not a great number of positions. There's 280 at the moment. There's 1,763 entries in here already. This is tricky, isn't it, Sopsy? This is tricky. It's tricky because the matchup that we've got is so good, but we're having to work out, is this a matchup that is going to outscore the likes of Bodo Glimt, Rosenborg, if Rosenborg have improved a lot, because they were shocking last season, the Celtic boys, some of the Austrian boys, like, for example, Wolfsberger. So we looked at Augustin Biaki, right? He has a home game against Cash Point. This is outrageously good for him. Outrageously good for him. And for the whole team, actually. Wolfsburg have not been that great, but this fixture has the potential where these players can absolutely smash Cash Point. Or Altec, if you want to call them that. I mean, if we compare this to... I just don't feel like it's going to be good enough, even though we've got a really good matchup. I'm starting to worry with how competitive Contender is. I'm starting to worry that it is, even if we have a good game week, that it's still going to struggle to get into the top 280. And also what we have to keep in mind is that because it's the brand new format, there's probably going to be a lot of managers that are going to be diverting their teams to the new format. And so actually there could be some good opportunities to still target the legacy competitions where managers are not really focusing on as much as that. I mean, they will still play it, but with the new format, if it's new and shiny, people want to dive into it. They want to try it out. I think my problem here is that this just seems like it's going to be very competitive for the first game week, maybe. And especially with the other big hitting teams in this division, in this tier, that have really good games. And no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Like All-Star, I mean, I'm going to be honest here. I want to win more than a tier 4 and a tier 5, but I also think I don't want to enter where there's only 280 and I already don't feel confident enough with my team that they can get top 250, is it? 280 position. It does feel like that. We are very much just like searching in the dark. It's really difficult to get like a proper handle on what's going to be good and what's not. I think though I just don't feel comfortable throwing this team in Division 2 in-season Contender. I'm going to bin it. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it into Global All-Star. That's where we were playing it anyway. So it's not like this is new for us. We were playing them as a stack in All-Star. I was just thinking, with such a high division in Contender, is there a possibility where we could get promoted into Division 1, which would be really cool? And there is that possibility, but top 25% to get promoted, I don't think so. I'd love them to prove me wrong, but I don't feel confident enough. I think if this was at home, then I would probably have been doing Contender. But with them being away, there's always a possibility that they're just going to struggle away, and I don't feel confident or comfortable enough doing it. So we're going to do Karaoke, then Gignac for now, and then Samir. Let's put the captaincy on Gignac as well. Play Classic for the reward box. Yeah, we could play it for the reward box, right? You're right. I've not been too wowed by the reward boxes, if I'm honest with you. Let's go and have a little look at them, because it's a good point, right? We could do the Classic here. So we play, say, Classic Division 2. Let's have a little look at it. And then we've got these 3,270 reward boxes in here. So, like, if we finished somewhere down here, for example, then we would get a premium box. But I'll be honest with you, this doesn't do it for me. Like, this is a nice addition. And I'm not saying that we would finish outside of the top 400, but let's say that we did. I don't think I'm going to be happy having a 95% chance to win a fucking level up. And look, all the boxes are like that. So I'd much prefer to go into All-Star, where if we do end up, say, even finishing here between 1,000 to 1,750, we win something that we can actually use, right? We win an in-season card that we can use or sell. These level ups for me, having a 95% chance, it's fine, but it's also kind of not. I don't think I would want to play a Tigres stack, and if I did and I ended up getting 3 boxes where I had a 95% chance to get level ups, you know what? I'm going to be so mad at myself that I'd done that. And that's what puts me off the Classic for these boxes here. It's great if you win a card and a box, right? Because then you get something that you can use that can help you. But, I mean, this doesn't feel premium to me. I've got to be honest with you. Like a premium box here, this doesn't feel premium when it's a 95% chance to get a level up. Like this here, the way I look at it, this does not attract me to put a strong team in Classic. Not really. And when I kind of look at this here, the prize pool here, look, is the top place you win a star, right? Which is great. And then you win basically a level up. You win 3 level ups, right? Let's say it how it is. You win 3 level ups, right? And a star. Unless you get super lucky and you win a tier 5, which has a 1.44% chance. But you basically win level ups, okay? If we avoid it and we go into All-Star, we have the potential to win cards and cash in here, and no bullshit level ups, but then just cards which, you know, all the positions offer cards here. And as we've seen this weekend, even the tier 5s that I got can be useful in the in-season competition. So, yeah, it's a good point, but it doesn't do it for me. It might do it for others. And I think if you're like new to Sorare, then you might actually enjoy winning these reward boxes. But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't give a shit about winning. This is not premium for me. Winning 3 level ups. I think if this was a lower percentage for the level up, maybe this was like an 80% chance to get a level up, but then the percentages on the cards were boosted, right? I might consider it, but there's no way I'm playing this here to potentially win 3 level ups. No. Like the level ups are fine, but I'm not interested in the level ups at all. The reason I'm not interested in the level ups is because I'm happy to just keep building the XP on my players, and I'd prefer to get players, in-season players, that can help me to play in-season competitions in this new format. If I have enough teams in the, I'm then thinking where else can I play them, then I could play them in a classic, and it's like, okay, if it wins a level up, great, but there's no way I'm going to play a Tigres stack that could potentially end up winning me 3 level ups. It's like Cap 220 monthly. You know, like it's the same problem that I have with this that I had with the Cap 220, where the bare minimum in that, and we're not even talking, by the way, we're not even talking about a low division here. Look, I'm talking in Contender about Division 2. Okay? I would have almost expected a 95% chance to get a level up in Division 4, Division 5. But we're talking about Division 2. And there's only, that's the second highest division, right? And so that's in Classic, sorry, that's in season. What is it if you're in Division 4 then? What's the... I need to see this. Where's the Classic? Here we go. Classic, okay. This is Division 3. So this is going to be the standard box, right? What? So I know that the percentages to win a star and stuff are higher, but essentially the boxes are still 95%, right? That's how it is, isn't it? For all of them, I'm guessing, right? How can we... Let's go back. Division 5? Yeah, forget that. Forget that. Yeah. I mean, if you really need the level ups because you are looking to take a player to like super max level, then those would be the reasons to go into it. Because then you're like, okay, I actually need the level ups because I have a level 18 or a level 17 player, and it's gonna take too long to get them to level 20. If I win 3 level ups, then that can basically in one go take a player all the way up, right? But nah, not for me. Yeah, Audris, thank you so much for jumping in, man. Go get some rest, buddy. Just looked at the time. I don't think we're actually going to get a lot of time to do anything else, but we haven't had any more throw your hats in the rings, have we? Let's just try and figure out the rest of my teams here because I'd like to at least have that sorted by today. So Cap 240 and Cap 220 Rare are done. All-Star, I'm thinking now, is going to be where we play our Tigres team, and I'm happy with that. We've got the Special Weekly, which is our community team, guys, so that one is in there. And then at the moment, I don't have any teams at all for Contender Rare because we don't have another starting goalkeeper in any scarcity at all. Look, with a game. So if we done Contender, we would actually need to do it with a DNP player, which then means that we need to do Contender Division 5 and it can be in season or classic, but probably don't actually know. Don't actually know whether we can do. Let's try it. Can we do a Division 5 purely in season? I mean, yeah, we can. So we might as well do that. Again, we don't have a goalkeeper. Are you still doing rivals? What, NFL rivals? I don't think so anymore. No, I've just seen the time. We won't have enough time to do it, but we will do it tomorrow. We can just focus now on getting this done. Then we maybe don't need to cover it as much tomorrow. But we've had just loads of really deep discussions about it, which has been great, by the way. Yeah, look at this here. Like, we're not playing Zampedri anywhere. And he's not been doing that great, but it's still Zampedri. So I think we'll probably play him anyway. Yeah, we will. Let's do it. So this is a team. Let's put the captaincy on Carlos Garces there. This is a... Oh, we can't do it because we... Yeah. We need a minimum of 4 cards with the in-season. What are the in-season ones? I'm glad this filter's here, actually. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking that this one would be an in-season. There's no... Not Carlos Grezzo. Okay, so there's no new season cards of him at the moment. I thought that... I know that his season started. It's down to the season start now, isn't it? So once their season started, which it has, he's then considered a classic card, even if there are no new season cards for him. Obviously, before they had it when the new season cards were minted, then those got the season bonus, right? But I thought he was still getting the season bonus, though. Maybe he's not. No, he's not. He's not. Okay, because it is because of the season starting. I was thinking, oh, there's not new season cards of him minted, so he would still be considered a new season card, like an in-season card, but he's not. So this is the in-season, of course. We wouldn't do in-season, but we would have to do classic now. So we could do a classic contender team 5. Classic season, team 5, or division 5, and then we can just play everyone with no issues at all. Let's do that. Let's do the same team. Garces, and then Zampedri. Let's do that. There isn't really many teams that we can do. We could, to be fair, we could probably do another classic, but hold on, did we just enter it into Division 4? We don't want to do that. Oh my God. We want to do it into Division 5? What? Okay, Division 4 is the lowest. Sorry, yeah. Division 4 is the lowest. Yeah, always forget that. In rare, Division 5 is the lowest. Cool. So we had it right the first time. Okay. You can't have more than 3 manager teams. What are you on about? We just deleted that one. When we probably didn't need to at all. Okay, let's try that again. Classic here. Team C. Let's do it again. Piotr Grigic, Garces, and then Zampedri. Do that. Confirm. Good. Okay. So we've got like a team now, which is a bit of a throwaway team, to be honest with you, in the lowest possible division that gives us a chance to maybe win an in-season card. We wouldn't do another classic one, and we can't actually do an in-season Division 4 because we don't have enough players here, unfortunately, to do, well, we do, but we don't. Look, we don't. Yeah, we don't. Not really. We don't even have a midfielder card, look. So we can't do it. Okay. So we're kind of done on Contender Rare. We could do probably a Contender Division 5 Classic as well. So why don't we look at that? Because we do have... Is this in season? This is in season, isn't it? Sorry. So go back, add a team, do Classic Season, Division 5, and then we just throw in a DNP goalkeeper here, because all our other goalkeepers are being used. In fact, look, we don't even have any more. Here we go, look. Patrick Zubsuk's being used, and Rodriguez is being used. So now what we need to do is play Siebenhandel. Again, this is Division 5, so we've got nothing to lose here. Biaki Biaki's not going to be wasted here because I will just do a DNP Cap 240 limited team. So what we'll do that alongside it. So we go back, we do Cap 240 limited. Right. And then what we do here is we throw in, we're probably going to need to throw in actually Siebenhandel in here to keep the cost down. And then what we do is we throw Biaki in here, and then Morales as well. Where's our Adis Jasic? We've got Jasic and we need to play him. There we go. Jasic there, and then we've got 92. So I think technically it would be fine even if we played Guzman in here. But of course it only gives us 40. So for now, let's put Siebenhandel in. And then we look for another player that has a good fixture. Like Marvin Martins potentially, but Marvin Martins might be rested. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put Jose Estrada in for now. He doesn't do that well away from home, but we'll put him in for now. And then we give the captaincy to do that. And then, because we're doing a DMP, we're going to target the bottom end like that. Okay. We can't do 220 because we definitely don't have enough. But we could do 220 if we wanted to, but we'd have to do a 220 with 220 with a DMP is just not going to work. I mean, it's barely going to work 240 with a DMP. But we could do the classic Division 5 contender. So if we get really lucky, at least we get some kind of a reward box, right? So this is the reason. This is probably the only reason why I would play for the level ups here, right? Is that if I could win some level ups with a DNP goalkeeper team, then that would feel like a massive win, because that would be worth winning the 3 level ups with, right? But I don't want to put a full team in to win 3 level ups. So what we'll do classic and we'll do Division 5. And then this is where we're basically going to just try and see if we can get some level ups with this team here. We can also play, of course, we can play some of our rares in here, which might be worth a go. That might be worth doing. In fact, I think it probably is, actually. We'll see what players we've got. Who have we got as a forward? So we don't really have a load of quality forwards here. We have Herrera. Herrera's pretty good, actually. And again, he's got a great fixture, isn't he? Let's do Herrera. You did cap 220 and 240 with a DMP goalkeeper. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing as well. Although I didn't do 220. We are playing 220 rare with the goalkeeper, but 220 for me doesn't... 220 with a DMP goalkeeper, I think, is a little bit wasted, if I'm honest with you, because it's already very difficult to win with 5 players in there, especially on a weekend. You're probably better off just trying to win one of these level ups with a DMP. I'm actually glad we've done this because it's made it a lot clearer for me to work out what's worth putting in strong teams and where the DMP type players should go in. So I think a lot of my DMP players will probably just try and farm for the level ups, if I'm honest with you. Those reward boxes that give the level ups, if we're lucky enough to get in there. Wow, we're running out of options here, really. Pizarro can go in. This is almost turning out to be a bit of a... Let's put Ibanez in there, who doesn't usually start, but again, this doesn't really matter because this is a bit of a throwaway team. Let's put Cosio in there as well. No. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that for now. Yeah, basically just try. Yeah, bottom div will be horrible. It'll be shocking. It'll just be full of whales, won't it? Probably going to be a little bit demotivating for anyone that is trying to give it a proper go, who's maybe new to the game, because they'll just be like, wow, these teams are in Division 5. But yeah, as I say, I think over time it'll be better. But you're right. It's going to be pretty horrible this week in the low divisions. So contender, we're fine. Can we put out a classic team in Division 4 in rare and then one in limited? Let's have a little look. So classic Division 4. We can do it. Let's say put Kofi in here. Who's got a game now? Why is it defaulting to players that don't have a game? They've gone back and done that again, haven't they, Sorare? So Grylac. Then probably what we could do is then Molon, for example. And then as a forward here, we've got Laurent. Yeah, that's like a proper crap team, really. That's a horrible team. But again, the advantage with this team is that I don't expect it to do good. It's like a throwaway. But what it... Oh, hello. But what it allows us to do is to maybe scrape, which I don't think we'll be able to. But even if we got one box here, I'll definitely take a level up from a team with a DMP goalkeeper. So yeah, I know now this is definitely going to be my focus, that when I go in for these classic competitions where I don't have strong teams, I'm happy to put DMPs in there to try and farm the boxes there. But they're definitely not the things that I'm going to be trying to win with proper teams, because I think that those rewards are shit, frankly. They're like a good bonus, but they're not the things to target, really. Not in my opinion. We can probably do... Okay. What happened there? Yeah, so for example, this one here, look, Classic Season Team 3, this is in the wrong division. That needs to be deleted. And then we probably need to improve our Team A in Division 2. But then we need to enter a team into Classic Division 5. So Classic Division 5. And then we just, again, try and farm whatever we can in here, really. Like we're going to have to redo the team tomorrow. But at the moment, it's just about trying to work out where we would play. And then tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll work out who needs to play. Okay, so Division 5 Classic, Division 2, which we're going to need to rework. But I think we want to have a proper go at that this week to see if we can get promoted. Then bottom Division 4 for rare, and then that should really be it. Because we don't have a team good enough or has players that are playing where we can have a good go in Division 2 in the Classic. Or even in the in-season. Okay. Champion, we're going in the bottom division for both of our in-season and classics, because we know that Luton are going to get hammered here and they're going to do bad. Premier League also. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've done it well. So basically all of our lineups are entering the bottom divisions here, because we've only realistically this week got a handful of proper teams that we're going to be playing in the legacy competitions anyway, which are 240, 220, so 240 in rare and limited, 220 in the rare, and then we're going to have a stack in all-star, and then our community team in the special weekly. Cool. Okay. I got my head around it. I'm very happy with that now. We spent a load of time diving through and exploring the new format, and I've got a much better understanding of where I need to be putting my focus and where I need to where I need to put my throwaway teams, where I need to put my strong teams, even if they have a really bad game week. It's bottom feeder scout, isn't it? Definitely. It's a little bit embarrassing, really, because look, when I run through where I'm entering my teams, right? Look at this here. Premier League, bottom division, right? Champion, bottom division. Challenger, bottom, and then there's an argument here to say that we shouldn't even really enter it into the top, but we might as well to save some face here. Then contender, bottom. We're just entering all the bottom ones for the initial week. But then next week, we're going to have a lot more of our goalkeepers and our players available. So next weekend, we won't be entering the bottom. We'll be going for probably the divisions where we're ranked, like 2 and 3, but with only one rare goalkeeper playing and only a handful of limited starting goalkeepers that have a game this weekend, most of our teams in the new format, funny enough, need to be in the bottom tournaments, the bottom divisions. So it's a little bit of an anticlimax for me and my gallery for the new format because I can't exactly hit it hard, but we can maybe hit it hard in one, which is going to be this one. And then we're just going to try and do what we've always been doing, which is to get some rewards from the classic competitions, the legacy ones as they're called now, and then to see if we can get lucky in Global All-Star with our Tigre stack, and then get really lucky in the MLS Special Weekly for the community team. Cool. When the Luton stack hits 500 points, you're going to regret it. I probably am, yeah. Can you imagine that? I've been like slamming Luton saying they're going to get hammered and we don't trust them, even though we have like a really good division 3 for them. we're not trusting them enough to play and perform in there, so we're just going to stick them right at the bottom. They hit 500 and they make an absolute fool of us, where we could have then got promoted. And actually that division 3 there was a potential there where we could have won $300. Free tip scout, will your Quito stack last for the whole season as in-season cards? Well, this is the good point, isn't it? Because if we go and we look at, well, they're technically not in season, right? Because their season's already started. So this is the thing that I would like to know now, is that if we were going to line up build for game week 4, 6, 5, right? And we were going to line up build for contender in season, why is it that Dominguez here is an in-season card, but Carlos Garces is not? Like, both of their seasons have started, but Garces is not an in-season card, and Dominguez is an in-season card, apparently. And all the Quito boys are. Look. I mean, to be fair, look. Hold on a minute. Is it counting it as here as a... Oh, that could be something. Hold on. Maybe we need to actually say... Hold on. If we add it in, then this tool should tell us whether it's going to work or not, right? Because technically he's a classic card, right? And then where's POV? Oh, he's already in. Where's our other guy? Okay, let's just throw in whoever here then. Let's throw in, I don't know, Zampedri. Season bonus between 4 and 5 cards with a season bonus, right? So it's not going to work. So it's flagging it to us that they're not in season. It's pretty annoying because we kind of built this team for Champion America and we didn't really get a chance to play it in Champ America. So now when we want to play this, we can play it in Classic, and it will be a very strong Classic team in Contender. So we're just going to have to try and win some in-season rewards with it. But it's a good question. Yeah, it's kind of annoying because I think if we had Champion America still, then I'm telling you we would have won probably a podium with maybe not this team, but we've got enough players that are good enough that we could have challenged hard in America. Yeah. I mean, Quito, you're right. Quito, because their league has already started, they're already in their season, right? Then technically they should be minting the new season cards for them, the in-season cards for them. The problem is that It wasn't that long ago that they actually minted these cards, though. It wasn't that long ago. So it's another situation like Palmeiras that they could be in. Let's have a little look, actually. When was the first Quito? Let's have a look. Right, because this is technically the old season card. This was the new season card, right? So this one here is the old one. And then this one here at the moment is technically the 23 card. But they minted the 23 card. They don't have any of the 24 cards, but they minted the number 123 card. Oh, to be fair, they minted it 9 months ago. Wow. They minted it 9 months ago. I thought they minted it a lot sooner than that. God, where's 9 months gone? I remember when they launched these cards here. I remember when they launched them. And funny enough, Nep bought this one. He bought the number 1. But I actually thought that they only released them about 5 or 6 months ago. They released them 9 months ago. So, yeah, technically we should be getting some new in-season cards for these, right? Because then you'll be able to play with Quito in the in-season. Yeah, I think you've made a really good point there, Beast, actually. Because you're right, they haven't mentioned anything about it. And they've already played, so far this season, what? They've played, what, 3 games so far? They've played a few games in the continental competitions, right? No, so yeah, they've played 3 games so far in their season. So you'd expect that we would get the new cards for like Quito kind of soon. What wouldn't be cool is that, of course, we now have the new format, and so you would want to play, say, a Quito stack for as many games as possible in the new format as in season, right? So what wouldn't be cool is if we got the Quito cards like 3 or 4 months down the line, because that isn't cool at all. They need to be like minted at the start of the season. So good point, man. Really good point. And I'm just really surprised that they were minted so long ago, because I actually remember when they released them. And I think the reason I remember is because I had the limited card of POV, the old limited card. Let's go back. Yeah, look. So I bought this card and I kind of really just wanted to, I just remember when they released a new one, I was like, oh, spent almost too much on an old one. Would have been nice to have got the newer one. No, it's not the only American league. No, because you've got the, as you say, the Ecuadorian league. Well, this is the Ecuadorian league, but you've also got the Chilean league as well. The Peruvian league, I think, is already playing too. You've got the Brazilian league, which is just about to start. So this is what makes it kind of interesting with the new format, is that before, Sorare would basically just mint the cards whenever they wanted to, right? It seemed very random when they done it, but if it was a new season for, say, Brazil, then it didn't mean that you would get all the licensed clubs, players minted at the start of the season, so that you could then be ready to use them in-season competitions, right? Because it didn't exist. So then you could maybe expect that some clubs might be minted early on, then others might be minted like 3 or 4 months down the line. Now, what they've got is that there's a load of clubs which are already in their seasons, but with this new format, Sorare now technically needs to be minting a load of cards so that then it's fair that you can then start to play in season better because you've got players that you want to target more. And it's not fair then if you mint those players not at the start of their season, but 3 or 4 months down the line. You've got to make sure you basically mint all of the new cards for the clubs at the start of their seasons or close to. Otherwise, the whole thing doesn't really work, does it? Right, I've just looked at the time, and we've been live for a long time, 5 hours. It's been a pretty intense stream. It's been a good one, though. We've covered a lot. We have covered a ton. So if you've only just tuned in for the last half an hour, this is definitely one of those streams that you're probably going to want to go back and rewatch, re-listen to, skip to sections, because we go quite deep around the new format and just looking at it and exploring it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and just figuring out what's the best strategy as well to try and tackle it. So very, very cool. We also done some more predictions as well for Pooky, which is great. We'll be going back to those again tomorrow. So guys, incredible. Thank you so much. I'm pretty exhausted here. So I'm going to go and get some rest now. We won't do an evening stream. We never do them anymore. But we'll also try and fit in some NFL rivals tomorrow on the stream because we didn't get a chance to do that today. So hope you enjoyed it. Good luck with trying to tackle the new format as well. We'll do some free tip scout fund coupons tomorrow that can maybe help you guys to figure out how you do your lineups and where you put them in. But yeah, you guys have been great. So enjoy your evening, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subs and the follows. And you know where to find me. Back again tomorrow at the usual time, 12 p.m. UK. So until then, see you then.